people I've known almost 20 years, and some people I've known almost 40 years probably, right? It's like, and something made me call this a harvest workshop. And in a way, I feel this is like the harvest of my own life and my own life's work. So I've been doing a certain work for a long time. And it's the joy of my life. I mean, I can't believe, you know, like I was this kind of redneck little kid. And for some reason, I just started reading lots of books, and, you know, and then I was a hippie. I mean, it was like, but something, you know, looking back, I couldn't have told you starting out. You know, I had no idea that there was any theme or plot to my life, you know. But, you know, coming forward and looking back, I think, wow, it's almost as if it was so tightly scripted, I couldn't have possibly worked this out. And I'm going to say, the thing that I mostly want to share, and in a sense, you know, like I'm dealing with a spiritual dis-ease, right? So I always think, like, if I could just become contagious, if I could infect you with a certain vision of your own dis-ease, it begins kind of showing you what it's up to, you know, and it begins making a lot more sense and being a lot more fun and being fruitful. So, you know, one of my own major claims to fame is I'm a compulsive under-earner. Now, when I first heard those words, I thought those of who on earth ever put those words together like that? That's the most disgusting thing I ever heard. And the last thing I ever want to be. On the other hand, you know, I did have the model of, you know, I'm also a sober alcoholic for over 33 years. And well, when I chose to be an alcoholic, all of a sudden, they turned the lights off. First of all, I never wanted to drink anymore, right? So in the same way, when I got like, and that was my thing, because I was newly sober, and, you know, my wife and I have been wanting to have a family for years, but at the moment, I was like, thank God we don't have kids, because I'm like falling apart here. But of course, then she gets pregnant. And I had a sense then, it's like, wait a minute, is this, you know, I really had a sense, like, all the energy that I wasted in the drinking sort of like regathered itself and turned into my son, who is Tara's husband, who's one of the most amazing people I ever met. He's like, you know, stunning, stunning guy. But when I first heard the word, you know, we're pregnant, it was like, oh my God. It was like, well, that's awesome. But on the other hand, it was like, I was like a deer in the headlights, frozen. I wasn't scared, I was terrified. I mean, seriously, it wasn't a little thing. But, you know, my other thing is, like, I'm a philosopher, so I have a whole, on the one hand, this is like horrible. It was the worst imaginable, because I grew up poor. And I watched my father struggle to take care of a family. And that's what, as far as I knew, that's what I was now in line for, you know, and it was horrible. My father died early, and he was unhappy, and he was, you know, it was like, you know, he drank himself to death. And we were glad he'd gone, you know. It was a dead end, kind of. And so I was living like, oh, that's what's coming now. I should have known better to get married. I should have known it. You knew it. But I did get married, and so I began saying, now wait a minute, you know. So I had this model of a spiritual disease, and it got to be interesting when it wasn't terrifying. I mean, it would go just like from one to the other, just like from into the abyss, you know, to some solid ground. Well, it was never solid ground. That's not true. It was never, ever solid ground. But it was like, what's going on here, right? And slowly, you know, as I began to recover, as like, you know, I mean, say with the under-earning, with the drinking, I went to AA and boom, I never wanted to drink again. That was pretty impressive, because I'd been trying to stop and failing. And, you know, you hit that thing, I don't know why I don't stop, right? I don't understand. And you begin to realize you're in the grip of something. And I'm saying this now because if you start looking, like, say, what are we dealing with now? So today, I want to invite you to bring your dis-ease. And you know, just start thinking. I mean, look, I could have easy a dozen topics. You know, I could say, I'm not at ease about this and this and this and this, right? But some are big. So for me, when I started out, it was the alcohol, but then that set up, the money was a much bigger, more difficult thing. The alcohol is like an entry-level course, you know? And, you know, so it's like, oh, what is this? So my life, I'm being called to like wake up, all right? So the alcohol thing just really did clear up, but it also gave me this whole new way, the 12-step or, you know, and I had been studying these threefold models of being for years. I was actually very adept at it, but the 12 steps kind of renewed that whole thing. It gave it a new depth and a new aspect. And I was like, oh my God, this is the most amazing thing in the world. And if anything, if you left today being amazed at your own dis-ease, that would be a total triumph. I mean, you know, if you were amazed at it rather than just repulsed by it, that would be a transformation. So if you just start thinking, well, what areas of your life where you just say, you know, I'm not at ease. And take on anything you want, but I invite you, the bigger the dis-ease. When I first started looking at alcohol, if somebody said, now how about dealing with your poverty consciousness? We're not going there. But because I had, you know, an absolute emergence, I mean, I had to like make money. My wife wasn't working. We got a baby coming. It's like I had to like start producing, and I couldn't produce. And it didn't make any sense I couldn't produce. I knew what to do. But see, this model of a spiritual disease kind of told me it doesn't matter what you know. See, how many of you know how to lose weight? How, you know, not to spend too much, but you go and you do it, you know? I'm looking at social media. I mean, I hear that more and more and more and more people are just coming and confessing, like, I'm insane about social media. So on the one hand, there's nothing wrong with having lots of symptoms. See, I want to say those are symptoms, but they're symptoms of you. You know, they're not somebody else's symptoms, are they? You're the one who's not at ease. And if we could find a vision that transforms your dis-ease, would that be interesting? Right? And so, I mean, would you be willing if I said, like, what would you like to take on today, Shelley?
The mess.
Oh yeah, that's good. Messy apartment. There used to be a 12-step program called Messy Apartments Anonymous.
Yeah.
Back in the day when there was like a couple hundred, I once heard 12-step program. You remember Messy Apartments Anonymous? Yeah. Okay. But I do. You know, but like a mess, right? That's kind of familiar, thematic in your life, right? And inexplicable, right? Who the hell? What's the need? You're not supposed to do that, and yet you go out of your way to make sure it's there, right? Do you see? Like, oh. And ordinarily, that's why I want to, Shelley's a close friend, but it's like, you know, she's jumping right in, because that's not the thing people lead with, you see? We hold the most important stuff as the last stuff we're going to talk about. I tell you, when I could talk about poverty, I could talk about anything. It was the scariest, biggest, most, you know, invalidating topic there was. So, what do you want to take on today? And by the way, can we just make it, this is just what goes on in this room, we'll leave it in this room, is that cool?
Yes.
Right? Like, absolutely. Scout's honor.
My hiding.
You're hiding. Just give me a little flavor. Are you hiding? You're hiding? Like,
My staying in the back.
okay, and if you weren't hiding, would you be, you know where you'd be? Out here.
Yeah.
Singing your song and,
Yeah.
okay, very good. But say you're hiding and you're not at ease about your hiding.
No.
Good, right? That's what we want. We want your dis-ease. Like the symptom is, that's the way you can get at it. So for me, the symptom was under-earning, and that was, you know, huge. But
My anxiety.
which I love as a topic, but is there a favored way your anxiety shows up?
With my family.
Yeah, good. Family relation.
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Like I say, It's a threefold disease, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's, you know, and here we are. And it's really true, right? I mean, people, you know, get all excited, I'm gonna go see my family, they tell their friend, I'm gonna go see my family, they go see their family, it's like,
So true. I could certainly join in on anxiety around family, but my personal stake that I have here today is my relationship to physical pain. Diagnosed with a very rare, inexplicable neurological condition that they can't identify exactly its source, and we've discussed at length that it's ultimately a manifestation of something disconnected on a spiritual level. You know, I wake up with it in the morning, I go to bed with it at night, it lives with me all day long, and it's rather tormenting.
and I just wanna see, a scientist will never find that mysterious link, right? So we're talking about, that's one of the main things. We grew up in a culture that didn't encourage us to be spiritual. And I don't mean go to church or something like that, I mean your spirit, right? You know you're physical. You're clear about that, and you know you got those thoughts, you can see those thoughts anytime you want, and you're thinking, I'm gonna figure this out, figure it out. And I'm gonna say that, and there's something else you are. And we all sort of know it, we intuitively know it, but we don't cash in on it. We endure, right? So I'm gonna say, you don't have to believe a word I say either, by the way. I'm not claiming to have the truth. But I'm gonna say, give me a listening, you know, and it'll be useful, it'll be fruitful. And I've worked with a lot of people, and some of them come back every now and then. You know, I mean, it's like, and another thing I wanna say is, see, one of the things that keeps us stuck in our mind and our body is the notion that you're an individual. I mean, that's a mysterious thing, isn't it? Like, you think you're you. So when you say I, you think that's you, and then I tell myself who I am and what's wrong with me and what I gotta do, and then I figure out that I'm gonna do it, and then I don't do it. Right? I mean, I've been figuring out what to do about that cookie jar, which there is no cookie jar, but there's cookies and crackers and ice cream and every imaginable numbing, right? About anxiety, right? We've got so many ways to numb, deaden, conceal, you know, anxiety. And so if you just, I'm gonna say things that, like, you know, you and I grew up in cultures that told us we were the doers. You think you're doing that stuff, right? Try not to do it, right? You'll see, that's not it. At least I'm gonna suggest that's a different interpretation. But, you know, first you gotta kind of notice how riveted you are to the idea that you're the one who's doing your life, and you're the one that needs to get fixed. And say, come on, everyone else is just like you. You don't have to become like them because they're just like you. So.
Anxiety over anxiety. But I would say today, disease over, I have a big fear of death. So specifically that.
Oh, that's great. It's one of my favorite topics, but, you know, I mean, I get it when you say it, I get it. You know, my favorite place is the graveyard.
Yeah, surprisingly me too, but.
So, you know, but there's something in there. There's power in these issues. There's lots and lots of power in these issues.
I guess I feel like I have a bundle, clutter, depression, and pain.
Now, I'm committed to, like, just, see, this is not a linear kind of workshop, and I'm not asking you to believe what I say, but I want to suggest, see, we learn to say depression. I suggest it might not be depression, it might be despair. And despair is much more interesting than depression.
I'll sign that up.
And honest to God, it's like alcoholism we could do something about. My lack of self-control about, I don't know, drinking was like, you know, why couldn't I just say, well, I'm just gonna have 1, 2 at most, you know. Like, that didn't help me at all. But alcoholism, that stop the issue. That did under-earning, when I could say, my name is Jim and I'm willing to be poor. Because see, we don't know about will. We know about mind, we know about body, right? And you look all around, you never saw a will, neither did I, right? But if we frame the conversation in terms of will, you begin to, see, like we know in the 12-step world, we're given these frames, like we surrendered our will, right? Did you surrender your will this morning? Right? Did you think of your will? So what is my will? So if we could make them real, live, vibrant questions, but right now you just realize they're not just your questions. See, everybody, one of the philosophers who has done a lot to get some of these kind of issues up, a guy named Martin Heidegger, but he defined human being. He said the human being is that being for whom its own being is an issue. So I suggest, see, it's a joke, right? But that your being is an issue. Whether you live or die, right? That your being, but we got no frames for that. Like if you think your death is just physical, what if you were an eternal being and you're still worried about eternity, I could say my life was so run by that, right? Was so run by a fear of what's going to happen when I died, that I could say to this moment, just about exactly, this almost exactly 39 years ago, I had an experience where a decision I made when I was 10 was revealed to me. And I've never gotten over it yet, because I was carrying, the way I felt was, I used to be a big Ayn Rand fan, right? And so she wrote a book called Atlas Shrugged, right? And then there's a mountain chain called the Atlas Mountains. And that's the thing, the Titan Atlas was carrying the world. And, she thought he's supposed to shrug, that was the way. But I was carrying the weight of the world and I didn't even know it. But all of a sudden, when it was given to me that I'd made a decision about my immortal soul, and it's hard to talk about that unless you're in church, right? But church it didn't help me out, I had to go to church to steal the envelopes. I was an altar boy. I'd steal the envelopes. Yeah, really? Oh, my partner, that's great, right? I did it to prove that I didn't believe that crap, right? I was a devout atheist for 20 years because I didn't believe it. And when it said, yeah, but you got a decision, okay? But supposing if we just deepen and complexify who you are and actually let it be, well, who are you? What if there was a lot more to you than you realize? And by just opening up to this strange aspect that's hard to nail down, but things begin happening. So if I say when I opened up to being poor, it took me about 1.5 years of the most difficult, just trembling with fear, experiences. But after just about exactly 1.5 years, there was a real crisis. Like the baby's there's no money in the bank. What am I going to do? And but I'd learned just to tell the truth about my fears, my anxiety, etc. And there was a week where, it all came to a head. And, said if I don't make enough money, it just really starts falling apart. And I made enough. I knew what enough was. And I was owning that I'm the mysterious cause of the not enough. And all of a sudden it started showing up. Now it wasn't I started doing all the stuff I knew to do. I'm going to sweep, you got a broom, you sweep, you get the vacuum cleaner, you get the Windex, you get the, That won't help you at all. You can have all the physical resources needed and all the knowledge. You know how you turn the vacuum cleaner on, get a little switch, right? And it doesn't help at all. Somehow you can vacuum the whole room, but you look, it's like the whole mess is right there still, right? And that's how we are, but we don't appreciate how mysteriously profound we are. We're foregrounded as this physical, mental, unit. And we're trying to solve our problem. See, we haven't yet heard Einstein, who said, you know, some problems cannot be solved at the level that they show up at. Right? So I'm saying this spirit thing is like, and I got no religion or anything, you know, I can't remember the last time I was in a church, but it ain't like that. That's old time religion, I guess, or something, you know. But to say, oh, so I will say one thing, since, I don't know, maybe it'll get in here, but when I was getting sober, and then, you know, my wife is pregnant, we go through the whole pregnancy, and I'm either just stunned, what's going on? What's the being that I'm scared to be, and that I'm trying to, you know, deal with myself. But I was so scared, right? And I remembered somebody wrote a book called Fear and Trembling. And I said, you know, I think I should read that book. And it was by a philosopher, and his name was Soren Kierkegaard. And it just opened up an amazing new way to look at all this stuff. That said, oh, let me at least tremble intelligently or usefully. If I'm going to tremble, let me have it get me somewhere. And see, so if we could like transform, my friend Kierkegaard, you know, I'm waiting for Soren, my younger son, his name's Soren, in tribute to this guy. Because I learned so much through the pregnancy with my first son and Tara's husband, and, you know, that like, you know, when she got pregnant again a couple of years later, 2.5 years later, and she said I could name the new one. It's like, wow, really? And it was like, do I dare? But, you know, in Denmark they have a saying called "Don't be a Soren," you know, because he was such a character, and it was such a probably one of the most famous people ever come out of Denmark, but also strange, you know, just kind of strange. So, okay, so if we could just deepen, if you just begin to think, well, what if there's a lot more to me than I realize? That would be good. If you said, okay, I can expand the spectrum that I'm examining. So I'm not just examining my mind, which I'm becoming famous for saying. My tagline is, mind is a terrible thing. When I was young, they used to run these public, not even so young really, it's old. But they used to run these public service announcements saying, you know, a mind's a terrible thing to waste. And I can see that would keep you fixing your mind. You don't want to waste your mind, so let's educate it and fill it with information and let it Google everything, and we'll do everything we can do to improve your mind. We don't want to waste it, right? And I'm telling you, a mind is a terrible thing. Or a mind is a waste. You got a mind, listen to it, watch it. You know, what's it do? It torments you. It might get you all excited about something and promise that's going to be so neat, there's not one speck of dust would dare to come in this room. Right? And like you're hooked, right? Like, I don't have to under-earn. I mean, that's not really defining my being. Well, you know what? Maybe it is. And maybe it's more like maybe, because nobody can prove, if you're an alcoholic, nobody can prove you're an alcoholic. There's no DNA, you know. This stuff is completely, as my friend Kierkegaard told me, all of this about spiritual disease is only for faith. It isn't there for your mind. Your mind could debate it and prove it's not true. As I was a devout atheist, I've mastered that, you know. It's not there for your body. Your body doesn't care when you're going to the cookie jar. It's like, let me eat the cookie and then I'll forget about that stuff, you know. And then your mind says, what'd you eat that cookie for? Right? And we don't get that that's like two different, you know, we think the mind talk and the body talk isn't it the same one? But why did I always do what my mind swore I wasn't going to do? You know? So if we could just get you interested and like expand your bandwidth so you could explore this stuff, you know, at a, you know, say a deeper level, a broader level, something like that. Say, you are spirit, and that's amazing. But it's also ambivalent. See, spirit doesn't behave like the mind. Well, look at the mind. The mind promises all kinds of wonderful things. It's going to figure everything out, you know. And when I say that's our model, so 2,500 years ago, a guy named Aristotle, anybody never heard of Aristotle? You know, they called him the father of the master of those who know, okay? The greatest philosopher, no, but what do you think, Plato and Aristotle, that's what everybody said. Nobody really reads them anymore much, but, you know, but everybody, Plato and Aristotle, okay? And all of Western history is a series of footnotes to Plato, right? But Aristotle defined, now you gotta look, when you define something, you limit it. So Aristotle defined, to define, I can do I play with words. But I don't really, kind of I do play with it. But they're so playful. You know, if you like examine them. So if I say define, right? Now, if you know, F-I-N is, literally it is. It's like finish. It's the end. It's the limit, right? So we put an end to everything. So Aristotle put an end to us by saying, you're a rational animal, right? So your body, that's animal, right? And your mind, that's rational. And somehow the mind runs the body. Doesn't that make sense to you? Doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Right? And that's why your mind is always figuring out what to do. Because it's absolutely convinced it's in charge. So if we could just validate, I say it ain't in charge, and you're dis-ease. Now if I say, look, you say I'm not in charge, but look, I'm going to make my right hand go up in the air, see? Right? So obviously I'm in charge, right? And so, you know, tonight I'm not going to the cookie jar. Well, I wouldn't bet on it. I'm pretty good about getting my right hand up in the air. But if, as we're listening, you say, wait a minute, I am my mind. I think I'm my mind. I've defined myself. And not only you, everybody defined you, right? Everybody limited you. See? We relate to words like we relate to the tiger in the zoo. We go and we look through a cage or a glass and, oh, what a pretty little kitty. Oh yeah, and then we go and you tell a friend, oh, I saw a tiger. Oh, it's so scary, it had these long teeth, you know. But I don't know if any of you know this famous poet, William Blake, wrote a famous poem. He wrote a lot of famous poems, but tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night. What immortal hand or eye dare trace thy fearful symmetry? And he ends this poem, he says, did he who made the lamb make thee, you know? But suppose you got a tiger in you, but you got it caged in, your definitions. And I've learned to look at a dictionary, it's like a zoo for words, right? But I let the words out of the zoo and say, this means to mark off, bound off, limit, put an end to, stop. And we're stuck, and we're defined as rational animals. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. You don't have to agree or believe it, but if you play with it, or if you just get curious about it, you know, I want to say in the end, your life will expand. Death is nothing more exciting than, or, you know, like to say, okay, at least let's have it be interesting. So Aristotle said we're, you know, rational animals. And today, you know, well, let's say if you come up from Aristotle, you know, a few hundred years BC, I can't remember, I think he died like 325 BC, something like that. But you come up to what the modern period, right? And so you have like this guy Descartes, you know, you study geometry, you got to use a Cartesian coordinates, you have an X coordinate and a Y coordinate. That's after this mathematician and philosopher named Rene Descartes. But he updates Aristotle by saying, he's the guy that said, I think, therefore I am. Right? I think, therefore I am. And so he came up with a system where there's a thinking thing, and that would be the rational thing, and then there's the animal thing, that would be the extended thing. Just call it physical. We're not even sure it's animal. That's not animal, but that's the extended thing. This is the extended thing. So I'm a thinking thing in an extended space, and somehow the thinking thing has something to do with what goes on in the extended space. but nobody could ever explain how that happens. See? It made a lot of sense. I said, let me think about it. Yeah, I think, therefore I am. Okay, can't doubt that, can I? Okay, so if we could say, what we want is to open up the question, what are you, seriously? And how do you really work? And these things like our dis-ease, they're our best access. So we're going around, and you got your thing. Okay, Joe, what do you want to focus on today?
Well, I guess there's a lifelong story there. In terms of what's out here in the physical world, would be, the M word. So, it still seems to be there, that whole story, That's why I'm working at my age, money.
What's the word there?
Money.
Money. Okay, now let's see how scary that is?
Yeah, it's like a curse.
Okay, right? It is a curse because God said, you know what God said, right? If you read the Bible, which was written by God with his left hand, it's sinister. At any rate, right? You remember what he said?
No, I guess that's a problem. I never read the Bible.
Okay, that's true. Because if you read 4 pages of the Bible, you would tremble with fear. But you remember, he makes this beautiful garden, and he puts the man and the woman in it, and he gives them the rule: do anything you want, just don't eat off that tree. Okay, right? But then along comes the serpent and says, you can't eat off any of these trees? And the woman, he didn't go to the man, which is big. How come he took the woman out of the man? What was he thinking? Really, what was he thinking?
He took the intelligence out.
He took the intelligence, he separated the body and the mind, you might say. Right? The feminine energy and the masculine energy, the Shiva and the Shakti, but so then they, right, in that divided state, they mess up and they eat the fruit, right? And then God said, did you do this? And the man said, who's that woman you put me with?
She made me do it.
Right? So now, does the mind trust the body? I would never go to the cookie jar. I mean, in my rational self, but that goddamn little animal, he just goes and gets what he wants, and he just won't go and do that money thing, right? And you're trying to whip that little son of a gun into shape or whatever, but you're constantly, but if you listen, now God says, where are you? And the man was hiding and trembling in fear, right? Now, you see, if we had just examined this, we don't even know that it happened. And yet it defined us. It is still defining us, right? And, so he thought, well, I'm hiding, right? Because I heard you and I was afraid. And said, because I was naked. Now, just a paragraph before, they said, and they were naked and they were not ashamed. And now all of a sudden they're naked. And so God said, who told you you're naked? Who said that? And he said, did you break that rule? And what did the man say? Well, it was that woman you put me with, wasn't it? Who was your mother, your wife? Bad example there somewhere. Right? So imagine, here it is, it's just the beginning. We were in paradise, the garden had everything, we got to do is walk around in the nude, right? And just one thing don't do, right? Right? But then he separated them, and then all of a sudden, the serpent goes to her, not to him, and she's not the rational, she's the animal. And said, well, you can't eat off any of these. Oh, we can eat off any that we want, all of them, except for that one. We can't eat it or even touch it. Now, God didn't say don't touch it. That's really amazing. And all of a sudden, so the serpent says, wait, so God said don't even touch it, right? Certainly don't eat it or you'll die. So the serpent, this is in the Bible. This is the opening of the Bible. It said, you won't die. You know, God knows that if you eat off that tree, you're going to be a god. And God doesn't want you to be a god. And so he's giving you these crappy rules. But if you will eat off that tree, you will become as God. Really? And then she looked. Now when God made the trees, all of them, he made them enticing. Right? But nobody noticed they were enticing until that moment. And all of a sudden she looked and she thought, that's enticing. That looks good. Right? So she went and she ate it, and then she gave some to him. He wasn't even thinking. He took it and he ate it. Right? Where's his genius intelligence? Right? Right? But then, you know, he said to God, it's that woman you put me with. It's that woman you put me with. Now, I'm saying that this is going on in our lives more than we like to admit. We don't even like to think about it. We don't even read the 4 pages. Right? Because you know what, a whole great big goddamn long book, who wants to read that? Well, you don't have to read that, but 2 pages would break your heart, but help you see what's running the show. Because you don't even know it happened anymore. You know, it's like nobody's read the book for generations. And yet it's laying back down there running the show. And many other books, you could go to the Eastern books and get the same story. Shiva and Shakti got separated, and everything fell apart, right? And the mind and the body got separated, and we don't know how to get them together, right? This whole place here, you know, this place is dedicated to the study of the Course in Miracles, which is really trying to say to the world, it never happened. All that stuff you're worrying about, it never happened. And if you could kind of get it, you'd be, now don't get it intellectually, that's no help. But like, oh my God, it never happened. But what happened in the Bible is, so the guy blamed the woman, right? And then, you know, the woman blamed the serpent, and the serpent was just having a good time. So then, it's like as if nobody could define themselves anymore. It's like then God had to say something. He said, because you did this, so to the woman he said, I'm going to multiply your pain. Now imagine, this is our fate. This is what's already been said. Fate is what's already been said. Right? That's what it means. You know, the past participle of a verb meaning to speak. So what's already been said, not just about me or you, right? But, so he said to the woman, I will multiply your pain. In great pain will you bring forth your children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will dominate you. That sound familiar? As a description of how we live. Somebody say, well, does this sound too off the wall? Is it too philosophical? Is this interesting?
Very.
I mean, the unexamined life is not worth living, right? Well, this is what there's to examine, is the story of how did we get here? But we don't want to start at the beginning, because it's nightmare. You're right, your desire will be for your husband. When we got married, I blamed her, and we both agreed for about 4 or 5 years that something was wrong with her. I mean, it's funny today, kind of, but it was horrible. And I really thought it was right. She's just, you know, not as bouncy as me. She's just, of course not, she's in great pain, right? You know? He didn't give the pain to the guys, he gave it to the girls, right? And it was a major breakthrough when I realized, you know what? We're in this together. And I'm sabotaging my partner. I'm undermining her. I'm unspeaking her magnificence. And giving her tests to see if she's good enough. That's disgusting, isn't it? I mean, really? That's disgusting. But when I owned it, it opened up the space of our relationship and our marriage, and thank God that all went on before we had kids, so don't tell our kids. But, okay, so that's her. They say that's the feminine And when I say feminine, every guy's got a feminine and every guy's got a masculine. You know, we're all a unity of opposites. So it's not like we think here, like there's the girls that we don't even know anymore. We are getting confused about genders and stuff. But so you got it to the woman, he said, you know, I will multiply your pain. In great pain will you bring forth your children, you know. Your desire will be for your husband and he will dominate you. And that's it, right? We haven't gotten out of that yet. Those words have not yet been revoked. And that's what the Course in Miracles is trying to do, is revoke those words in a sense. So I'd say, wait a minute, in order to revoke them, you got to own them. Who said that? Well, I said that. I'm saying that. Or that's saying me, I don't know. But to the man, he said, I don't even dare to say this. He said, because you listen to the voice of your wife. I mean, that is so loaded, but I want to say focus on not because of your wife, but because you listen to the voice of your wife, right? Painfully will you get your food from the ground, right? Painfully will you get your food from the ground, and it will yield you brambles and thistles all the days of your life, right? So when I had a family and I got married and we had children, painfully will I get my food from the ground. Painfully will I get and it will yield me brambles and thistles all the days of my life until I return to it, from which I came, because I'm really just, what do they call it, frisky dirt, you know? I'm just like rational dirt. Well, no, dirt somehow became animal and that got rational, and I'm on my way up. But then I figured out, but there isn't any up, there isn't any God, your God's dead. Now we're just stuck here with a bad story, right? And we're pointing fingers about who told the damn story. But imagine if we could just, you know, much more interesting than that. But that's kind of interesting, isn't it? If that was the beginning of a movie, we'd say, okay, I'll go along with the plot here, you know. But if that was your life, you know, it's harder to look at. And so I wanted to say, come on, unexamined life is not worth living. That's what Socrates told us. Unexamined life is not worth living. So if we examine this, we're actually examining who we are. Money. How about you?
Loss.
Loss.
My mother passing away.
Okay. Grief.
Grief.
Loss.
And also peeling the onion for me, vulnerability, being more authentic to who I am.
Yeah. She who has learned to be anxious in the right way has learned the ultimate. But they told us we were supposed to be happy. We have a constitutional amendment guaranteeing us the right to life that will never die. That's a mistake now. Life, liberty, which is we can do whatever the freak we want, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, they didn't tell us that whatever you're pursuing, the pursuit of happiness ends as soon as you get what you're pursuing. Right? So the word, you know, say when you're hungry, right, you have an insatiable appetite for security or money or love or relation or anything, right? Now when you satiate, when you satisfy your desire, right, we use the word sate, right? You sate your hunger. And the word sate has the same meaning as the word sad. So as soon as you get what you want, as soon as I get the cookie, what the fuck did you do that for? And you know, it was the joke in our house when the kids were growing up, it was like, Daddy, don't eat that cookie, you're gonna have to hate yourself for 3 days. And I know I'm gonna have to hate myself for 3 days, right? Maybe 4 days, maybe 5 days, you know. But, and everything's gonna be different. Like all my problems are gonna swell up and get big, too big for me, right? And I'm gonna worry. But if I go beyond 4 days, 5 days, it's as if the sun started to come out, It's like, what was I worried about? Seriously. I mean, I've done this so many times, it's disgusting. Or somebody did it. It happened at any rate, you know, that's my report. But so you're willing to be here grieving. And by the way, you know, the word care, right, which we're going to look at as we go along here. The word care means sorrow, grief, right? If you care, you're going to come to grief. But if we could just be with it instead of like it's a valid way to be. There's lots and lots and lots of people. Now, I'm going to say Soren just showed up. Is Olivia coming?
Maybe later.
Okay, to drop in when you know. I'm telling people about Soren Kierkegaard.
It's not. It's the other song. I'm the other song.
The other sword.
Okay. And we're going around saying, what anxiety are we willing to put on the line? Okay? So we say, right? So and it's okay for you to be here and really, and freely, like I said, you know, let it out of the cage. Don't limit your grief. There's a lot to grieve. We got a lot to grieve. Things happened when we were babies in the womb and since, right? And then we say, okay, you know, like we tell a story in terms of the psychophysical, you know, so I could say, well, it's my father, you know. He did horrible things when I was a kid. And that's why I'm getting over it, and I'm pursuing my happiness, right? And I'm hoping to get over the horizon. I don't know what's over the horizon. You know what's over the horizon. It's death, something, but, you know. But I'm hoping to, but if we could just, you know, honor, not just your grief. You aren't the only one grieving. But you can be you can speak the grief for us all. We're all grieving something. Okay? Great. And what symptom?
I'm having an issue with really feeling my feelings, and it's manifesting itself with emotional eating.
Okay. I mean, I love the issue. It's really so big. I mean, it's like, it just deserves all our attention, right? And we're trying to solve this problem like it's a little tiny problem. It's cosmic. I mean, seriously. So I want to say thank you, and, you know, and you're right on, right? Something really is obviously telling you there's something emotional. If I don't eat, my emotions start going nuts, right? So imagine, you know, like I put it on one of my emails, like I've lost about 35 pounds in the last year, but exactly by, I don't know how the hell this has happened. It hadn't happened perfectly at all. I've never come close to perfection on anything, but, you know, just like when I began to respect that I'm an alcoholic, it became possible not to drink, but then that opened up all kinds of others, the money thing, but the food and the anxiety, the sugar, you know, like, oh my God. And see, it's not just a shameful little secret. It is a cosmic, universal. You are so not alone. I mean, what did it say? Something, 2/3 of us are verging towards obesity. But, you know, we just think we got to lose a few pounds, right? Is it, like I say, is it depression or is it despair? See, is it hunger or is it despair? You know, I want to suggest despair is a much more fruitful category. Like, you have no hope. And so it makes sense to eat. I call it like a day off in hell. If you're in hell, right, and it's horrible, but you're in hell, say, I don't know, you're going to pay your debt, pay your dues, but when you can't stand it, somebody comes along and says, listen, my God, it's really horrible right now. You're suffering. I can see you're suffering here. Let's have a little piece of cake, and we'll just add an extra day on to the other end. You know, that's a day off in hell. Right? Get a credit card, you know, get a credit card, you know, just something for the moment. Just get me over this tough spot. And so we never get out of hell. And it's not you. That's what I want to say. None of this is about you, like that you think you are, the I. That's not even your voice. I mean, it's like, it's just a voice. Okay, but that gets you here, doesn't it? And it's important, right? That is important. And it's important. It's not wrong, it's important. Okay, my under-earning or my poverty is important. You don't know that about me, but I didn't tell my wife, honey, I had this huge abyss of poverty in me that just shuts me down. You know, you want to get married? I said, you know, I'm a pretty chipper guy and I've overcome so many things and, you know, I hope you're up to my standards. Okay, but are you comfortable enough being here like that? Right, and we want to expand. We don't want to keep touching on the same ground all the time. We just like, and even if you, come on, you've been here, you know, you've survived everything. So we can survive, you know. And what are you putting on? What symptom are you dealing with today?
Shame.
Shame.
I could pick one of them.
I love it. Adam said he was ashamed. He was naked and he was ashamed. Okay?
Something wrong with me, just for me. See, she knows.
It's great, right? Right? And, you know, what a lot of freedom. Like, now, come on, who are we kidding here? We're the fuck-ups of the universe, but we're all there is. You see, like I said, we don't have to become like those perfect people on Facebook because truth is they're just like us. They really, honest to God, are. They're just like us. You know, I used to think, like, you know, I was terrified to tell, you know, it's like, I mean, this is a long time ago, but I work with people, so I'm trying to give my examples, right? And I remember the guy, it was a millionaire, which to me was a big deal, right? He'd inherited his millions, but he was a millionaire. And to me, it was like a different kind of an animal. But I want to talk to him about, you know, this compulsive behavior or spiritual disease. And so I'm saying, well, I'm hoping he doesn't take me too seriously, but, you know, I got this thing with money. His thing was relationship. Guy never had a successful relationship in his life, right? So, but how could that be since he's got money? If I had money, I'd have so many, I mean, forget it. I wouldn't have, I got relationships now and don't get any money. I'm just trying to cover it up and cover it over, you know? But, so I'm trying to explain to him that his relationship thing lives in him, like my money thing lives in me. So I'm telling him about my sad story, and, you know. And he said, oh, me, I'm just like that. I said, right, yeah, about relationship. No, I mean about money, you know. Like, I'm terrified. I didn't deserve any of it, and I'm inside me, I'm a poor boy. I was like, wow, that's really amazing. Sydney, what's your symptom for the day?
Oh, let's go on decoding honesty.
Well, that's obscure, huh?
I'm just dealing with integrity.
Right? Yeah. Right? This means not. Right? And this means touch. So if you never touch a number, it's whole. Right? And that's called an integer. Right? So when you're whole, nothing's ever wrong. Right? When you're not whole, you got an integrity issue. How's that sound? Right? Is that interesting? And we're not whole. We have integrity issues. And the more accurately, it's like, I don't tell the truth or whatever, you know? But that we can honestly tell the truth about not telling the truth. That would be wonderful. There's so many people stuck being liars. And they always, it's amazing. So who you couple up with, you know, is like, it's stunning. Like if I said, my wife and I were the perfect couple. She asked for nothing. And I provided it. So you see, I'm not joking. It becomes, it's like if you can, oh, it's not that oppressive once you get over the, terror and the shame, you know. It's like, and you begin to think, you're just like everyone else. You're just like everyone else. There isn't anyone that doesn't have these issues with this intensity. But they're not talking about it because they're rational animals and they know better. They know better than to say what they do. And to say what they're gonna do. I'm gonna leave that mess. I'm gonna act like I'm cleaning this room up, but I'm just gonna move this from here to there. I move that from there to there, and this to here to there. Now is it clean? Just like it was. I just rearranged the mess. Okay, so we're all here, right? And I'm committed to like having a breakthrough. First with the cookie jar, definitely, right? The sugar thing. But you know, it's like, I can say this, I want to say this. Oh wait, Soren, what are you going to put on the line today? What symptom?
I mean, I identify with shame, sort of just like othering myself a lot, like feeling just like there's the world and then I'm different, I'm outside of it. The world gets what they want and they live in normalcy, and then, but my life is...
You're excluded.
Yeah, excluded, that's really good.
As my friend Nietzsche said, what is silent in the Father speaks loudly in the Son. Right? It's great, man. It's great. Honey, what are you... Yeah!
Yeah, I've been writing because, I've spent a huge part of my life really hating myself. Like, just for no...
What was silent in the mother is amplified in the Son.
I mean, not for any particular reason, but for every reason. Just like really, and because I had so much attention turned inwards to hating and being critical and judging myself, it felt like I didn't have a lot of judgment of other people. It's been feeling like I'm very accepting of everybody else's craziness and, you know, like, oh, that's fine with me. But in the past number of years, I've been feeling healthier than I have ever been. And, you know, I have a therapist 24/7, so, like, yeah. Jim's done a lot of work on me. And, so I've been feeling really, really pretty darn good about myself and very happy. And now, suddenly, I'm finding this demon judgment and critical thing turned outward onto the world. So I have now just completely destroyed a friendship with a woman that I've been friends with for almost 40 years.
Their kids and our kids' nannies were cousins. We were in each other's family, so.
Anyway, so I
Big breakdown.
have really done a number, like totally destroyed it. There is, as far as I can see, there is no hope for salvaging it. And so I'm like really looking at that. I'm like, what's going on? It's like almost like I don't even know myself. And I'm a little bit scared. I mean, I feel a lot of like, Jesus, I've got a lot of other friends. I hope to God I'm not gonna like let this thing out on them, you know. So
being judgmental.
Judgmental,
Of
critical,
others.
judgmental of others. Yeah, it's like never been an issue for me, and suddenly it's here.
That's great. But can you feel a little freedom to, like, you're not a freak, you're right, we all are living like this, but we're all pretending that we're not living like this. So we're all stuck in what we can't tell the truth about. But the truth will set us free. And so I want to kind of say this, because when I said like the harvest workshop, I feel so much at the, like, having gone full cycle. I mean, God knows what my next lifetime will get me with. But I have this like joke today, you know, I say today, people pay me a lot of money to tell them about my poverty. You see, like, how did that happen? Because it wasn't that I suddenly started doing all that stuff and like working hard and, you know, operating on my mailing list or whatever. You know, I never did it right. I never did it right, but it turned out. And that's like, I kind of want to say, it's miraculous. Like, I'm not really worried about the cookie jar today, but, it's like, oh, and really lots and lots of issues. I'm not afraid of being married and being known, like I love my wife and my kids. And it's like, I'm not saying, oh, I hope they don't find out my secrets or something like that. They know I'm crazy. And that's a huge freedom, right? So if we could just for today, right, we'll leave it in the room, but just for yourself, if you could just let yourself out of the zoo, right? You just let yourself out of the zoo of your own definitive words and sentences.
Yeah, like I don't have to identify with the story. It's like, it's one aspect of the money thing. So I go to get a cup of coffee, and so the guy charges me $6.50. And it was, the money thing, the mind thing, what the heck. $6.50 for a cup of coffee. But then he takes out a container for the 2 cups. I said, I only ordered 1. Oh, okay. So at least that got it down to $3.75, which is still a lot anyway. And of course, I had to, in terms of looking good, put 56 cents on top.
I love it.
But
Right?
$4.31
That's life. That is life.
But it's like, well, still, it's $4.31. At least it's not $6.50. But it's like this disease, this story.
And that's what we want.
Yeah.
See, our explanations of it, they're entry points.
Right.
But it is something else. And the joke is, it is what we're looking for. It will unify us. It'll bring us together. Aren't you kind of liberated? I'm going to hide that. Is that the mode you got? When you don't have to think about money, then you're going to be a valid human being.
Right. It's like, like here, sitting here, I can see, going back and forth. Well, wait a minute, there is I, and she starts to talk, and then, then there's the life that I'm leaving.
Who said so? I said so.
Right.
That's an id entity.
Huh?
That's an id. I is an id entity. Something that lives in your id.
Well, the thing is, sometimes, one can get a taste of something beyond the whole story, but the thing is, there's still the story,
Yeah. And if we can lighten up, the story gets better. There is a story. What are we going to live if we don't have a story, right? So now, I tell all these crazy stories. We suffered through these stories, right? And it was very much. And we suffered through them. And the charge drops off and it gets to be, but you never worked it out the way you thought you're supposed to, and then it was like that. That was part of the problem. See, when I don't have to think about money, that's exactly what my ideal was. There's poor people, they have to think about money, and there's not poor people. These people don't have to think about money. Now, if you ask it, what's your ideal, right? You got an ideal, and your ideal is absolutely unattainable and designed to keep you stuck in whatever definition, you caged yourself into. So I'm going to say, you and I live in a box. We don't know we live in a box, it's a pretty big box. We're going to see what's in the box, and how come we don't notice. But there's a basic way that we operate. So, say now, what I want to do is create the box, right? And as we just it's not going to surprise you. It's exactly the box you already know about. So nothing. Well, maybe something might surprise you, but really, it's not like this is going to be amazing. But when they say thinking outside the box, when that begins to make a lot of sense, you didn't know there was an outside the box thinking. And for the most part, when we do try and think outside the box, we're just thinking, right? So to be outside the box, that might be, or I don't even know how to say what's the real deal. But, so I'm saying that we are in the grip. Say we're sick. A famous French psychoanalyst said life is a sexually transmitted dis-ease that is inevitably fatal. It works, right? It's a definition, right? It's a definition, right? But what I want to get our attention on is this threefold. So I say we have a threefold disease, right? And so we want to deal with twofolds now, right? The psychophysical, right? The rational animal. So, and this is important because we're so bewitched by this rational animal thing. Like, what else is there? See, that's where we are, you know? And that's where everyone else is. So we don't notice it. If we were all falling at exactly the same rate, you wouldn't notice that we're falling. So this finger is in exactly the same relation, whether it's here or here, it's in the same relation to these other fingers, you see? But as soon as one starts falling faster or something like that, you begin noticing things that you couldn't notice. So I want to interest you in noticing the difference, the being carried apart, the difference, right, of your mind and your body, right? Somebody always has to be late. How are we going to clean up this mess, Shelley? You're just demonstrating. Okay, so we want to...
It was that woman.
Yeah, matter of fact it was, wasn't it? Okay, but we're all here, and I just want to say, let's keep going for it. What really we want is the miraculous. We don't want to figure this thing out. We want lives that inspire us. When your life inspires you, won't give a shit why you were so crazy. You know, it really, right? As soon as you lose the weight, you're not going to care. Oh, it's my mother, that's why I went to the cookie jar all the time. You're not going to care. It's not going to matter in the least bit. But until you can be with those definitions and explanations, you can't let go of them. So, I can say, okay, so the difference between your body and your mind. Okay? The difference between your body. See, like I'm going to say, you're watching, right? So say we're in this conversation and I'm doing most of the talking. But that's not really true. Because you're listening to something else there that you think is you. I agree. I don't agree with that. No, it's not like that. Yes, like that, you know. So like this, there's all kinds of conversations going on here. But you don't, let's say this. Let's say you're sitting here and you're listening to Jim, who's doing most of the talking, it seems. But I want to say someone else is doing plenty of talking. And I know I'm in competition. Like I would love to get heard, but I doubt I'm going to really be able to do it. Nonetheless, I'm going to give it a shot, right? You think the Jim that you're listening to, and the Jim that you're seeing, you think the Jim that you're seeing is the same as the one you know of. Some of you have known me for a long time, and some of you, but just think of the people in your life. You talk to people, and you think the person you're speaking to is the person you know. Now I want to say that's insane. But notice, it doesn't shock you if I say that, but I'm committed that we're going to at least... So these two things are glommed right together. Right? So when I was a kid, we didn't have a TV till I was 10 years old. And then it was black and white for the next 10 years, right? All my friends had color TVs and all that Disney. I didn't know what they were going on. That's like Soren. Soren said once, when did color, he's looking at these black and white photos and he said, when did color come in the world? God, beautiful, right? But see, we're all full of stuff like that. Okay, so the mind and the body and the mind, the rational and the animal, all right? So we want to just, oh yeah, so this poor little kid watching his black and white TV, but they had a little show, I think it was called Winkle, but the little song, magic crayons draw magic pictures on the magic window. So you get this, and we never got one because we couldn't afford anything, but all the kids that are in on the game, they get this magic screen that they put right on their TV. And so when Winkle needs to get across the abyss, you draw a bridge on the screen. You remember that, Sydney? No? No. You would draw a bridge on, you know, and then Winkle would walk across the bridge. Right? So you have this magic screen between you and the world. You got a magic screen between you and the world. And you don't know it. Because you think that there's a bridge there, and that's how we got across the abyss. Right? But I love that. Bill Wilson said, reason is a wonderful thing. I love reason. Right? But you know, as a bridge, it doesn't always go all the way across. So I'm going to start with the physical thing, right? The physical thing. I'm going to say, okay, let's let that be the physical thing. But what is the physical thing? Well, the physical thing, first of all, I want to say it's not sensation. You never saw a sensation, and you never felt a sensation. You get it? I mean, you know you feel sensations. So mentally, that makes a lot of sense. But you say, oh, I'm feeling these sensations, you know. Like, you see what I'm saying? You sense a world. You know, you sense the people you know. There's nothing that is just what it is, like a sheer scientific, empty and meaningless molecules blopping around or something, you know. You never lived in such a world. That's a sheer abstraction. Right? You live in a world. It's these people. They make you mad, they make you excited, right? You live in a world. And it's very good. The word world has the same root as the word man, virile. Virile. That's world. World. Okay. So I'm going to say it's not your sensations, but it is the world you see. So, you know, you could look. I remember the first time my wife and I went shopping together, right? And we're going to the, I don't know, the IGA or the Quick Stop. It was in Soho. It was a big supermarket. Not that big, but at any rate, we got the car, and she's putting stuff in this car, right? Now, I grew up, and like, you know how much that food would cost you in a restaurant? Like, you know, you don't just throw stuff in the wagon. We got to pay for this stuff, you know. So she is like, never heard of looking at a price tag in the grocery store. You want food, you buy it, you know. And so it's like, oh my God, I don't want to say anything, you know. Jesus Christ, you know. See, so I didn't see food in car, right? She didn't see we're going to go broke. And yet, right? Our worlds were different. So no one is in your world. No one is in your world. Now there's people that understand you more than others. Right? But the world you see is nobody else's world. There's nobody else, you know, sees what you see. Is that too extreme? I mean, can you get it? Like, nobody sees what you see. Right? Who's seeing it? It's you. Okay, but so we're talking about let's say we have a physical disease. That's what I want to get at. Okay, it's the world you see, the world you hear. It's also the world you don't see. Like if you want to see, you know, I don't know, a bank account that says something, or you want to see somebody smile when you tell a joke or something, and you don't see it, right? You're affected. Your world is like they didn't smile. You see? You see? Okay, so the same way, if you want to hear something and you don't hear it, that's your world. Right? So everything is double right away, instantly. Everything, and I'll say this again and again, and somehow everything's connected to its opposite. But the world you see, the world you hear, the world you smell, and taste, and touch. And here's what I want to be sure you can get it. The world you feel, right, is physical, right? So a knot in your stomach is physical, and a lump in your throat is physical, and tears are certainly physical. So if I put your feelings are physical, is that okay? Right? They're physical. Okay. And now, we don't know how this happened, but you don't feel something over here, like if oh yeah, the table's over there and I'm got a table I'm thinking about over here, or, no, we weave it all together instantaneously. Well, I don't even know if we do really weave it together, but at any rate, there's a table, there's a floor, there's a ceiling, there's a world, right? But so somehow, and the brain scientists could explain this, and it's very interesting, some of their explanations, but we've gotten all this way, and we never we don't live in a world that's all apart like that. Okay, we have to take it apart to get it apart. We live in a world where all this is woven together. Right? And the product, or, it doesn't even matter the product or what, but this is what we register is our experience. Or this is our behavior, right? So, what's your behavior? Well, I look at stuff. I smell stuff, right? I touch stuff, right? That's my behavior. Well, let's say most simply put, this is the world of you doing exactly what you do, whatever it is, right? So, that makes sense, right? That's not brain strain. Okay, so now I want to begin talking about spiritual disease. I'm going to say spiritual disease shows up in this sphere or this realm like anything that you keep doing that you don't want to do. Right? So you don't want to keep hiding that money thing, or you don't want to keep doing what you're doing, right? About death or about life or about your mess or, right? But you keep doing it. And so you're not at ease, you're not at ease, you're not at ease, you're not at ease, right? And so that's how what we're talking about, spiritual disease, shows up in the physical realm like anything you keep doing that you don't want to do, or anything you keep not doing that you do want to do. Is that right? Okay. So that's it, right? That's explained sufficiently. We could define it like that. Anything you keep doing, okay. Right. And we really don't even need any explanation. There it is. The guy says it's $6.50. You don't want to admit that you have to think about $6.50, so you're going to give it to him. I mean, I would do that too, except I might not now. Say, are you kidding me? What do you think, I'm rich? Okay, but now, so we got this, and some of it we like, and some of it we hate, and some of it we don't even notice, whatever. But that you see something doesn't necessarily mean it's there. Like you could just talk to people you know and say, did you see that? See what? I called my brother 1986, right? The Mets won the World Series. They beat Boston. I was so excited because they were saying, you gotta believe. And I needed to believe because my wife was pregnant with my son, right, who was just born at that time. And so I called my brother Tom and said, wasn't that great? But he's a Boston fan. And he was in dismay. And it was like, really, wow, what I'm celebrating doesn't exist for him, right? So, okay, but you track it, right? All you gotta do is track this, okay? Now, right alongside, and I'm gonna say this is actually right on top of that. This is like the magic screen on the magic picture with magic crayons drawing magic pictures on a magic window. Okay, so I'm gonna say this is your mind. Okay? Terrible thing to waste. So let's say, okay, so this isn't that. Is that this over here and that's over there, right? So your mind isn't your body. And mental things aren't physical. So I want to make that distinction a bit. So if I say, look at all the things you could think about, right? Doing to people that you don't do, and it's probably better off that you don't do them. But, that you think about doing something doesn't mean you did it. I think I'll only have one drink, right? Or I think I'm really going to save my money, or I'm not going to do that again, right? But then give me a fraction of an opportunity, I'll be doing that again. But I thought, well, That's what my father used to say. Hear his voice, I said it, but what made you think? Well, I thought, and he said, you thought. You didn't think. It was like, whew. Okay, Dad, thanks. But this is you thinking. But it's not exactly that clear, because is it really you thinking? There's thoughts. But if you're thinking those thoughts, why the hell don't you cut it out if they're your thoughts? Right? You could think others. And if we brought you to consciousness, you would think others. You wouldn't think those thoughts if you had any freedom of choice about it. But so you just think, or there is thinking. How's that? Can we say it like that? There is thinking. And thinking isn't doing. It's like, oh, thank God I didn't say that, you know, or whatever. Like, all right, this is you thinking, this is you knowing. Now, everybody knows stuff. But that you know stuff doesn't in any way mean it's true. Right? I mean, you can know something, you know, I mean, it's just absolutely not the case. But try and stay conscious that I just know this isn't true. Thinking, knowing, understanding. Okay? Or one thing that goes on constantly in your mind is you are always figuring out. And you think you're figuring out what to do, don't you? Which would make no sense if you didn't know that your mind is in charge of your body. See, that's why if I draw the magic bridge across the magic chasm, then when Winko needs to go across, he's got something to walk on. What did Nietzsche call it? The rainbow bridge of concepts. This really is like that. It's the rainbow bridge of concepts. But, now you don't need to remember any of it. I don't spout philosophy. You can't stop it. But moment by moment, you get it, right? You get what we're talking about, right? So, so this thing keeps projecting on this, or out there, or whatever the heck it is. But doesn't your mind know that it's in charge? Like, I think I'll raise my right hand. I just proved that I'm in charge because my right hand is up there when it was down there. And I know that I made it do that. That's why it's not there. Except it is there, isn't it? But, you know, does that, does that make you take that for granted, that your mind is in charge of your body, right? Okay, now I'm going to add a couple of other things here. Your imagination. Right? Like, you're imagining things. And you can imagine in your mind anything you want. But did you ever think, why do you keep imagining that crap? Right? Why do you keep imagining negative outcomes? You don't have to. There's no necessity about it. But, you know, I mean, why aren't you thinking your happy thought? Something's running the show. Well, but your mind will never be short of an explanation. I say, why aren't you happy? You're going to tell me why you're not happy. As if that was really the truth. Is that okay? It's like, we take this stuff for granted. We live in it, you know. Okay, so this is your imagination. But notice what you're using your imagination for. What is it dedicated to most of the time? Or your memory. And we think we remember what happened, don't we? Don't you think you know what happened and you remember what happened? But come on, that you remember that something happened in no ways means it happened. The brain scientists prove this. They love to prove it, and they will prove it absolutely. But that you remember it with complete certainty. I did not have sex with that woman. I don't know if that's a good example or not. But, you know, it's like your memory is not as reliable. But in moment by moment, you know, if I remember it, then you know, I don't doubt my mind. I'll doubt you if you don't agree with me. Okay? I remember a guy said to me, oh, I see what you say. He said, yeah. He said, you know what? I live in the ruins of the future. I'm always imagining, you know, how it's going to fall apart. Now, that's not a necessity, and it's not the truth, but it is normal. It's very normal, right? Is anybody amazed at that? Right? But aren't you always trying to think better? But then how can I think better when my circumstances are the way I know them to be? If I got $7 in my pocket and he wants $6.50 for coffee, you know, it's like, I don't want to tell him I'm broke for the rest of the day because I didn't know the coffee cost that much. But we never are short of explanations. And I mean, everything got multiple explanations are possible, but my explanation happens to be the right one. Right? You see? And each of us lives like that. We really believe our explanations. Okay. And even we might disagree and all this stuff about fake news, but there is a real reality after all somewhere, you know? Okay. So that all makes sense, right? That's not jarring. Okay. Now, I'm going to draw a box around these two, and I'm going to say we live in this box. And we all, well, first I'm going to name the box. So I say, what's in the box? Well, I can say everything. Like if you can see it, hear it, smell it, taste it, touch it, feel it, it's in the box. So this is in the box, right? This is in the box, right? And if you could think it, know it, understand it, figure it out, imagine it, or explain it, or remember it, it's in the box, right? So, I'll call this, let's say this is the realm of perception, right? Because you do see stuff, you perceive stuff, right? Whether it's really there or not, you perceive it. And this is the realm of concepts. I like to call this your intellect because we're so proud of our intellect. But right, so can you think of anything that isn't in the box? Come on, if you're thinking of it, that proves it's in the box. So you're not going to think of anything that isn't in the box. You're not going to remember anything that isn't in the box, and all your memories are in the box. Is that right? So I could make a good argument. At least we got most of the stuff. We got all the stuff that you could see, hear, smell, taste, touch, feel, think, know, understand, imagine, explain, or remember. Right? So I'm going to say, well, what's all that stuff got in common? I'm going to say, well, that's what stands out. So I'm going to name the box. This is the box that contains everything that stands out. Is that right? So the word I'm going to use, and you know, words have these little root things, right? It's like language is screaming at us, trying to tell us stuff. So let's say, I'm going to say a word that means stand out. So a little root that means out is X. So if you expect, means you spit out, right? Inspect. I don't know, I guess you spit in. But X means out, and ist means to stand. So resist means you stand against or stand back, and persist means you stand through, and desist means you don't stand, and exist means stands out. So everything that exists is in this box. So I'm going to call it existence. Is that okay? And you live in your existence. And you know how it goes in existence, right? You perceive something in the sensorium, in the animal faculty, and the extended part of your being. And then you give it over to your intellect and you understand it, you conceive it, you figure it out. And you get a bunch of concepts and you figure out a bunch of stuff, right? So this, you don't have to worry, you can't stop conceptualizing your experience. It just happens, babies do it. Okay? And as soon as you got a bunch of concepts, you can't help applying them. Now, one way, I'm going to try this, I don't usually do this, but I'm so newly re-inspired by Søren Kierkegaard. So he tries to tell a story very, very much like this. But he calls this the realm of the aesthetic. Right? It's just almost like an art place, but it's where all this stuff shows up. And he distinguishes it from what he calls the realm of the ethical. So just think though, baby is born. Baby it doesn't know about mommy or daddy or poverty, or it doesn't know anything, right? And it crawls around. And whatever is there, it deals with it. You know, it's like sticks in its mouth and like, you know, and everything is just the way it's a sheer aesthetic being. Now the other folks, you know, mommy, daddy, siblings, they're already kind of fixated in their ways of being. So it keeps bumping into, but it doesn't really, you know, only when it, you know, if it bumps into the stove and it's hot, right? You might say, okay, then it makes a rule. This is a place of rules, especially ethical rules. See? It's like universal. Every stove, don't touch it, right? Every thought about money means you're poor. Everything means something or other. So whenever you see something or other, you apply your universal rule. So say, you know, there's just a sheer, I don't know, sheer aesthetic being. I mean, I was a hippie. We just wanted a being. We just wanted, you know, recapture before all this conceptual overlay, you know, like just freedom, free love, free sex, free your mind, free your body, free everything, you know, free lunch, right? But eventually you're going to get in trouble if you try and live like that. You know, you're going to see people are dying and things are going wrong and you're banging in and you get in trouble and daddy hit you and mommy told you you're a bad boy. And like you said, I better follow a few rules. So we slowly pick up a few rules. And now we don't know it because we're, especially, you know, we are infants. Okay? Now, F-A-N-T means to speak. So the infant is like the infantry. They're the ones that have nothing to say. You just, right? They just go march forth into the battle, right? And most of our foundations are infantile. They're unspoken. We didn't examine them. But when they show up, and now we know, just like what we learned hearing daddy yell at mommy. Right? And we incorporated all the wonderful wisdom of the world, you know. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not. Thou shalt not. Thou shalt not. So we got all these rules, and we keep trying to, like, see, the body thing wants to get away with it. If I could just get to that cookie jar, I'd be all set, you know. But then the mind comes along and says, thou shalt not talk about money. Thou shalt not. Many things thou shalt not. And we've just incorporated them and intellectualized them and done our best to either agree with them or disagree with them and come up with our own version, right? So we've figured it all out and we're trying to either win some freedom for this thing or this thing is trying to overthrow that thing. I don't give a shit what you say. I'm having that goddamn cookie. Screw you. Right? And does this sound like anybody's life? I mean, right? I mean, this is not unusual. This is life. So, but the idea over here is I'm going to figure that out. See, that's the thinking thing in here, and you think you're in there. Right? There's a you in there, and you're looking out through those eyes. So if we get behind those eyes, we see some little thingy in there that's looking out through the eyes, right? But the model just, it doesn't really hold up, you see? But I'm thinking that I'm going to figure out what to do, and then I'm going to do it, right? So I'm not going to have 10 shots of whiskey with beer chasers. I'm going to have 5 shots of whiskey, right? I'm going to save my money. Right? How come I'm going to leave home? You know, I talk about the Oedipus story. You know, Oedipus was a very smart guy. Well, his folks were very smart, and they were the king and queen, you know, so they could do whatever they wanted. So they have a baby, and they say, okay, let's see, what's going to happen to our son? So they go to Oracle, and ask the Oracle, what's going to happen to our son? And the Oracle says, your son's going to kill his father and marry his mother. And I said, oh my God, we cannot allow this. So they think, and they figure out what to do. Let's kill the baby. That's what they figured out. Let's kill the baby. So they give the baby to a servant. They take him up on the mountain and just expose him up there and let him die. Okay, it was a tough time. It was a few years ago, and before the Depression or something. But so he gets up on the mountain and he bumps into a friend. Said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Well, I got to kill the baby." Really? That's a little rough. He said, "Listen, I live over in this other city-state, right? And the king and queen over here, they'd love to have a baby. They ain't got no baby. They got, they got a kingdom and they ain't got no prince. Give me the baby and we won't say anything." That's good. So somehow the guy takes it over, and so Oedipus grows up, and that's mommy and that's daddy, okay? And he's very smart, and very smart, and he's especially good at solving riddles, right? So one day he heard somebody say something at a party, like as if his parents weren't his real parents. So he wanted to understand everything, and so he goes to the oracle, and he said, this was the Greeks, they always, when you want to know something, you go to the oracle. So you go to the oracle and say, are those my real parents? And the oracle doesn't answer his question, but he forgot that the oracle didn't answer. The oracle said, "You're going to kill your father and marry your mother." And he thought, oh my God, I can't let that happen. So he figured out what to do. He said, I'm going to leave home, because if I leave home, I can't marry her, and I don't know how I'd ever get to kill him. I love him, but if I leave home, I can't kill him. So I got it all solved. So he goes out in the world, and he has some adventures. He has a few fights, but he always wins his battles. And then he ends up at this other city-state that's being tormented by this thing called the Sphinx. I mean, you all kind of know the story, right? It's like, but it's, it's like the Bible. Nobody really pays any attention to this stuff. So, so he comes to this city-state, and how's it going? He said, it sucks, man. This monster comes and asks us riddles. We have to send a young man out, and every time the young man doesn't answer the riddle, the monster eats him up. And now Oedipus is a little proud of his ability to solve riddles. So he yells down, goes, listen, you know what? Like, I'm pretty good at this riddle game, How about if next time the monster comes, I'll go, the Sphinx is the monster, I'll go, and really? This guy's not, we've sent thousands up there, and every one of them died. Well, I'm pretty good. Just riddles. Okay, good. I solved the riddle of life, so it goes up, and the monster asks the riddle, the Sphinx asks the riddle. Which the question is, what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs at evening? That'd be man. Crawls on all 4s in the morning of his life. It's a metaphor. And walks straight-legged on 2 legs in the noontime, high point of his life. And then he needs a cane or something, and that was the answer. So, the monster went away, and the people start celebrating, and they said, what are you doing? And he said, well, I'm just out doing this. That's what I'm doing. They said, well, listen, are you married? He said, no. He said, well, look, we got this situation here. We got a queen. So our king died a while ago, and we got a queen with our king. But you just saved us. It'd be perfect if you don't got a queen or a kingdom. Come and we'll be your kingdom, and we got the queen. It's great. So he marries the queen, and they have 3 kids, and everything's wonderful for a while. But of course, then it's not wonderful. Now Oedipus has a lot of integrity. You got to get this. He really had a lot of integrity. He wanted to be whole. So he goes to the oracle. He says, listen, my kingdom isn't doing well, and I want to get it to work. What have I got to do? And the oracle says, well, you haven't solved the mystery of the murderer of the last king. The murderer has not been brought to justice. It's kind of like the Mueller search or something, But the murderer has not been brought to justice, and so nothing's going to go well until you resolve this murder. And so Oedipus, being a man of integrity, dedicated all his resources to resolving this, situation. And I mean, this is the majesty of the play. I mean, y'all at least heard of the Oedipal complex. Anybody never heard of that? Right? But it says, well, Freud said something about every child, or especially boys that want to grow up and kill their father and marry their mother, right? But as the play unfolds, it begins to be revealed what really happened. And so in the moment, you know, like that, the truth comes, you know, and Oedipus begins to realize that his wife is his mother, and that his daughter is his sister, and his 2 sons are his brothers, right? And it's like, oh my God. She goes and hangs herself, and he can't stand to see it, so he blinds himself. He pokes his eyes out. And then the story goes on from there. I'm going to leave it like that. But that's at least offered up as a universal story about us. We solved the riddle. The real deal, we can't get it to work. Even after we solve the riddle, we can't get it to work. So if I say, we're all in a box, surrounded by everything that stands out. Whoops. That all makes sense, right? You're surrounded by, you know, this stuff physically, and this stuff mentally. Your mental furniture is reliable for you. Well, sometimes you're better moved than others. And the idea is that you're going to keep thinking until you completely figured it out. And then, as soon as you figure it out, you know you're going to do the right thing. If you know what to do, right, and you know it's good, and you can do it, right, like lose weight or save your money or something like that. You know what would be good to do, and you want to do it, and you know how to do it, right, then you'll do it, right? That's the model. And the ideal, there was a guy, you know, 150 years ago, a guy named Coué. Anybody know the name Coué? He's the guy that's famous for saying, every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better and better. Right? Did you ever hear that? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's in our culture now, right? We forgot who said it, but we usually forget who said it, right? But, so everybody has that model. That's not amazing, right? Now, here's my punchline. Everybody has that model, and it doesn't work for anyone. Nobody seems to notice this because each of us is so fixated on our own little riddle and drama and tragedy, if I may insert a word in there, right? And we don't realize that we're stuck in a box, right? And nobody gets out of the box. But I can compare my box with your box if I can gather what, you know, and I'll judge your box so that, why do they think like that, you know? What are those conservatives or liberals up to, you know? Like, why? Don't they understand the truth? So, but can you identify with being stuck in a box? Okay. Now, so supposing this isn't the end of the story, right? Then I say, well, something must be missing here. Because we got everything, you know, we got everything here, everything that exists, right? So supposing there's something that makes a difference, but when you go looking for it, you go looking for something that exists. And the thing that is missing does not exist. Well, being a rational animal, you'll stop looking if you realize there is no North Pole or Santa Claus. You stop waiting for the reindeer. Because you know there ain't no reindeer. Come on, we're scientific now. There's no man on the moon. We might put a man on the moon, and that's pretty good, but there's no smiling man on the moon who's going to give us a present. And you know, but we begin dimming down our expectations, right? And kind of making our peace, and okay, I'll just eat cookies once a week. Then I'll have 3 good days and 4 sucky days, but what can I do? Right? I make compromise. You gotta make everybody knows you gotta make compromises. Right? So we keep thinking just in case we're missing something, but you know, we never get it to work. So if I say, is that depression or is it despair? Well, I'm saying we're on the verge here of saying that would be despair, to say there's no solution in all of existence. Wait, can I rearrange my thoughts? Can I rearrange my action? Can I rearrange something? Say, in existence, there is no solution, right? And you and I stop at existence. But supposing there's something that doesn't exist, right? Which governs existence. See, what makes you think all those crazy thoughts? What makes you feel so as if you're, you know, fated for tragedy or something? So supposing I say, wait a minute, there is something that doesn't exist. How are you doing with this? Right? So this is why my version is thinking outside the box. But you know, you can't even say outside the box without actually. See, if I draw a circle here, I can think that I'm drawing outside the box because I've reduced the box to this. But the truth is, I didn't get outside the box, did I? Right? I mean, there isn't any outside the box. But nonetheless, I'm saying there are things that don't exist. And they run everything that does exist. Because exist just means stands out. That's all it means. It stands out. Exists. Stand out. Okay? So we want to, and you know, like in the 12-step world, they say we have been not only mentally and physically ill, we have been spiritually sick. When the spiritual malady is overcome, then we straighten out physically and mentally. And I'm trying to say it like this. I say, then the money showed up. I don't know how the hell it showed up, but I don't know how the tragedy showed up. You see? You don't know how come it's the way it is. You know, you were an infant, but you inherited a world, right? And now you've justified the world by thinking. You've explained it perfectly. And the more perfectly you explain your experience, the less likelihood you're going to have any different experience. Right? Is this interesting?
Just a question, because we speak in terms of spiritual malady, spiritual disease. So are we operating with the assumption that there is spirit that, you know, the space or whatever outside of existence?
Are you?
Well, I'd say it's a belief, and I guess probably in asking that question, I'm looking to fit something maybe into the box, I don't know, but I am hopeful that, you know, there's something beyond the story.
Was it Dante wrote that, you know, the Inferno or something, said, give up hope, all ye who enter here. Because hope, you know, let me think about this.
That's hope is there, yeah.
Right? Now, I don't know if we need hope or not. I sometimes think, you know, yeah, I'm quite hopeful about things. And sometimes, like, I'm in complete despair. But I think, you know, it's like a good segue. You don't need hope. Right? But I'm saying there is something that doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. Right? So we need a way to talk about what doesn't exist. Because what exists sucks or seems to be reflective of something that doesn't exist that isn't going all that well. So let's say everything is reflective of your dis-ease. Right? And look, I'm going to call this spirit. But here's what you gotta, this is like it was enough to learn to walk and chew gum. Right? But now you gotta walk and chew gum and do something else too. Right? So if I say this, over here you got a this. And you can't help having that. Right? So if I'm going to speak from here, you're going to listen from here. And you say, I know what he's talking about. I know. Right? You see? I know. I do know. Of course I know. I mean, let me think. Yeah, no. Let me check it out. Right? No, yeah, that's true. Right? Life sucks. Or Or no, I just work harder, right? If you work really hard, you got really disciplined, you'd lose that weight, make that money, have that relationship, right? And you'd be living in heaven, right? You just don't know why you never do that. But you figured out, because this thing doesn't get this at all, because it doesn't exist. So this thing is working on decaying remnants of this thing, right? I'm looking out there, and I'm like, remembering. You see? I mean, that's why I say walk, chew gum, and something else. Unspeakable. Right? But we're so happy to be able to walk and chew gum, to rationally control the animal in us. Right? So do you get what I'm saying though? Like so this spiritual malady, we want to invent ways to talk about that, but we're always up against it. We always already know every word. So I'm not going to say any words you don't know. I might come up with something. And that's why I think if I break them apart into these little, phonemic units of acoustic blasts, maybe you'll...
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting here is something about waking up, and maybe to the extent that I don't hold on to definitions, categorize.
Yeah, you like the myth that, like Plato said, we're on a cave, right? And in the cave there's a fire, pretty real fire.
Right.
Right? And then there's some kind of a bridge, and then, the thing, so there's a fire, and then somebody walks by with a tree. And the light from the fire casts a shadow up on the wall, so everybody's sitting in like this. They can't look back there. They're looking at the wall, right? And looking at the walls of your mind, right? And that is, as far as you're concerned, that's what a tree is. Right? And it is, that's a very powerful story. It captures something. We're, looking at the walls of our mind, thinking that's reality. Now, so I want to, right, but I want to talk in some way so that when the spiritual malady is overcome, then all of a sudden, what exists is, to say the least, more pleasant, it's more at ease, it's more exciting. I mean, sometimes it's like the bottom drops out and it's like, oh my God, but if you begin realizing that's just a show. That's a shadow of the guy falling off the cliff, right? Nobody died, but what a show. We go to the movies and, Star Wars and like that. So supposing I say, well, this doesn't exist, but it has some kind of being, right? It has some kind of being. So, I'm going to say, here's the word, but it's still a word, and you know the word. But I'm going to say this is your essence. Oh, I know that. You have a concept of essence. I don't know, it might be a little philosophical, but But suppose if I get, okay, wait a minute, let's see what's essential about you, right? That's the real deal. What's essential? If we knew what was essential about you, we'd understand why you see what you see and know what you know. That would be a good test, kind of, right? So if I say, what's essential about you and me and we beings is we have an ability to care. So if you notice what you see, just think of somebody you might argue with, right? And you're telling them what you see. They don't see that. Because they care. Look at mommy and baby, right? Mommy sees what's dangerous for baby, and baby sees the cookie jar. That's how it goes, right? And so whatever you see is a function of what you care about. So, for example, if you care about concealing that you're poor, right? You're in a bit of a fix, maybe. But I want to get it, it's really, you are in a fix. A big fix. But you can see we're kind of operating a bit beyond the model. And no matter how clear we get today, tomorrow morning you're going to wake up in that box. And you might as well get it. That's what happened. You're going to wake up in the box. There's no hope of not waking up in the box. But if you wake up in the box, you know, I'm in the box. what is it? Essence, something, you know? Wait a minute, and I'm just looking at my shadows. I'm not seeing I don't know what you're imagining, but I know what I'm imagining because it exists for me, right? So if I want to know what exists for me is a function of my own set of cares and concerns, right? Then what you care for and care about is going to make sense. It's going to be revealed to organize your existence, right? And if you try and rearrange your existence, but you don't deal with your cares and concerns, it's not going to make any difference. That's why you can make all the money you want, you know. It's like, wait a minute, I know that painfully will you get your food from the earth all the days of your life, and it will yield you thistles and, I'm not joking, right? It will yield you brambles and thistles all the days of your life until you return to the ground from which you were taken, for dust thou art, and to dust thou shalt return. And you know what the word human means? Dust, humus, right? We're the dust that talks. How's that? How's that? Okay, but you care, you do care, right? You care about 650 and poor, and you care. And you care, see? And that's why your anxiety and your things, giving your set of cares, you're thinking about what would be good and what would be bad and what would be better and what would be worse. But when you realize it doesn't really help. So if I say, wait, let's build a vocabulary. So we say we have a threefold disease. It's physical, mental, and spiritual. That's okay. And spirit isn't, if spirit was physical or mental, we wouldn't need a third category. We need a third category. We got to pay attention to the third category. We got to like wake up and say, wait a minute, what's going on spiritually? What's going on in my cares and concerns? Because I don't want to just watch that same show I watched yesterday. So, what cares? I'm going to give you a word that, you know, I'm going to say. You know, if you want to say, well, what cares, right? Well, look, you certainly think about what you care about, but what cares? How come somebody else thinks about something else? They care as intensely as you do, but about something else, right? What cares? I'm going to say what cares is your will, right? So in the 12-step world, we made a decision to turn our will and our life, right? Okay. And you notice in existence, everything is apart from everything else. Right? You notice everything. This is apart from that. And my mind is apart from my body, somehow, right? So everything is divided, right? Which means divide. Video means to see, right? So seen apart, right? So a word that means to divide is time. See? Now you take whatever is essential and you say, well, I understand it like something already happened and something's going to happen in a minute. Right? And as it was in the beginning, it is now and it ever shall be. But that isn't the way it really goes. The way it goes is, however it is right now, that's the way it was. So if you were one of those people who were that the world is flat, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that it always had been. You see? That's how it goes. And you knew it always would be. Right? So you divide whatever is into, that's the way it was and that's the way it is. So whoever first got the idea that the world is round, they knew it always had been and they knew it always would be. So as soon as you get the idea that you're poor, you're going to know you always were and you always will be. Do you see? But now you're going to explain it in terms of what already happened, and you're trying to figure out the show here so that you can rearrange it so that it doesn't keep happening. But it does, because you never touched the thing that's being reflected or projected onto the walls of the cave. How are we doing? Is this too much? Okay? I mean, it is a lot. It's like going to the gym and like lifting all kind of heavy stuff and you'd be exhausted. But this week, see, I'm kind of dedicated like this. It's going to hit you like, holy shit, I'm making this all mean something. You know? I'm living like it's real. And you, okay, now, And now imagine, if I say dis-ease, so you have an ill will. Spiritual dis-ease is like an ill will. Okay. And now I'm going to put another word here that means almost the same. So the word will means to care, desire, and I told you care means grief, sorrow, suffering, unhappiness. Okay, so will means care, desire, or love. So there's another word that means almost the same thing. And I let you dance with this one, Joe. But it's the word belief. It means care, desire, or love. And exactly, it has the same root as two other words. One is love. So when you believe something, it's not the same. I know 2 and 2 is 4. I'm not in love with it. I could admire it. I could. But when you believe something, it's a form of love. Oh, especially because, yeah, so you gotta walk and chew gum and, I don't know, juggle. Because over here, everybody know the word algorithm? An algorithm is like a little deciding mechanism, right? A slide rule was the original, what I heard is an algorithm. But now everything, Google's got an algorithm, right? They change the algorithm, the world changes. What you see on your screen changes, really great, right? The algorithm for the intellect is either or. So it's either, so your intellect has everything, it's either, you know, if I say up, I don't have to say that other direction, right? If I say left, I don't have to say that other political party. Right? If I say now, right? See, like, everything is already connected to everything else. You don't have to connect them, right? But there's lots and lots of words. If I tell you, like, look at this. Think of the word friend, but in French you say mon ami, right? Okay. All right, now, mon ami is, the ami is the same as the unami. The unami is the enemy, right? So, or the host, right? The hostess with the mostess, right? Well, the hostile with the most style, or I don't know. You see, like it's connected. The root of the word give means give or receive. Right? You see, and that's why I love the study of word roots, because you begin realizing everything is so profoundly, but we forgot, and now we know the definitions, and at any rate, I got Google something, Wikipedia, you know, so I can get the answer if I ever needed it, right? So I don't have to really appreciate that. So I think over here, my algorithm, you know, you're either going to be right or wrong. Now, but if you say, okay, I could be right or I could be wrong, right? But I could be right or I could be wrong. Yeah, because that's how this thing works. But this thing doesn't work like that. So, this thing captures the binary, dualistic, you know, it's always the opposites are right together. So if I say, you know, friend and enemy, but if I say, probably the big one is, we'll say this. Pleasure, what's the other one?
Pain.
Yeah. Okay, right? Oh yeah, because the other word that means the same as love and belief. I mean, these three words have the same, they arise together. Love, belief, and libido. So when you love something, you libidinize it. Right? I love philosophy. You came to my house, you'd see all these philosophy books. We got a beautiful dictionary, Sanskrit English there. Right? But, you know, I got a few of them. But, you know, like your world is a libidinization. Because if you love something, like if something gives you pleasure, you're on the lookout for it. You want to feel that. But if you hate something, you're on the lookout for that. You see, it's a sure thing. It never misses. If you love something, you get what you love and what you hate. And there's no, over here, in this realm, there's no getting them apart. Life and death, right and wrong, good and bad, fat and poor, fat and thin.
That's it.
Falling into my own fixations here. Poor stupid. The life of man, very famous philosopher, Thomas Hobbes said that the life of man, nasty, poor, no, solitary, poor. I don't want to say poor, you know. Solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Now that's our heritage. That's the birth of, conservative philosophy, you know. But that's the world vision. We're all evil and bad, and we got to like control each other, and scare each other away, you know, control the enemies and okay. But the thing I want us to get is it's all of this all at once, right? I mean, if I tried to say I got a hand, I got the front of a hand. I don't need to tell you I got the back of the hand. You see? But over here, this thing thinks it can have a thin without a fat, a rich without a poor, a smart without a stupid. Do you see? I mean, this is a delusion. How did it do that? Well, if I could borrow a notion, oh yeah, I could take a notion from the 12th step or from Eastern philosophy. So the East says, you know, well, it's all a matter of Shiva and his magical powers, right? So Shiva has 5 powers. This is really good. They got it right down. Shiva can create, but he always creates Shiva and Shakti. He never just creates Shiva. He creates Shiva and Shakti, right? He creates, he holds in existence. So this stuff persists, right? And then he destroys it, okay? And then, now here's the one that is the, like, so amazing, but it won't seem amazing because that's its magical powers that make you think nothing's amazing. So the thing that I mean is, see, supposing there's something over here, right? And supposing X equaled, I'm a loser, right? I am a loser. I'm defined, I'm a loser. Okay. Now, I start thinking, am I a loser? No, I won that time in the Cub Scouts. I won, right? And I start building a case that I'm not a loser. And every time I start feeling, that experience of being a loser, I go into my mind and I convince myself that it's not true, right? And I admit it, and never, ever, ever will it end, okay? Okay, so say, but the whole show is driven not by anything here or anything here. This is just the display, right? It's like getting mad at the screen of your computer when it's your motherboard or whatever the hell. But say this, you are something. Okay, now if you are something and your mind feels threatened by what you are, you have a magical power, you have a superpower. That superpower is the ability to conceal. So in the 12th step world, we call it denial, right? Which means, Albert, don't even notice I am lying. You know that, right? I thought you'd jump in. Right, but you got it. This is amazing. It's a superpower. And by definition, or at least what the Eastern mystics tell us, create, persist, destroy, conceal, and their word for what would go next would be we say revelation, but their word is grace. Grace is the revelation of what you've been concealing through this magical power of denial. See? So when you stop denying what you've been denying, it's like when it was revealed to me, and it was like a stunning revelation. I was 10 years old, I killed a bird. And I made it mean that I'm damned. And I remembered it. It was revealed to me that I made that up, and all of a sudden I was free. I can't tell you how real the damnation was because I couldn't even admit it to myself because I had a magic power of concealment. Right? You see, you have a magical power of concealment. Right, Jennifer? You have magical power of concealment. You know? Or someone you know has a magical power of concealment. Right? But if you could just get it, this is what we're dealing with. This is stunning. Right? We deny stuff, and then we don't. So when you deny that you are what you create being, then you must pretend not to be that. Right? So if I'm denying that supposing that I'm creating poverty. Okay. It's like a little kid. You know the story about the Sorcerer's Apprentice? Right? Mickey Mouse, and there's the wizard, and he's watching the wizard, and then the wizard left, and so he picks up the wizard's magic wand, and he made some stuff happen. But of course, eventually he got in trouble. Right? And then but when you're denying that you're causing something that you're experiencing, then you must pretend that you're not the cause, and that's what your mind is, the way of proving what is the cause when you're not the cause, or the way of taking credit when you think you are the cause. Right? So you have a magical power of denying what you're creating.
So I'm a little lost about X equals I'm a loser because that's my essence, and isn't that more my mind? My mind thinks I'm a loser, but it's not what I
that would be your, I'm putting it over there, means that your mind would think about that all the time. Your mind doesn't create anything.
But my essence is who I am,
You am.
But am I a loser? Like, is that,
Well, are you being that you're a loser?
But isn't the essence like the best version of you, or is that my mind?
You're so human. This is so, that's exactly what we're all doing. What's wrong with being a loser? Who made up that there's something wrong with being a loser? My name is Jim and I'm a loser. The world didn't end, the skies didn't open. It didn't cost me a penny. It's a freaking word. It's a word, and you're bewitched by words. And I am too. I don't mean to, but thank you for, you get that was so honest, right? That you do think that you couldn't be that. So supposing if you said, I am, wait, what's your name?
Nicole.
Nicole. Now I'm on your team, right? I'm on your team. We're all here and we're all just like each other. Say, my name is Nicole and I believe I'm fat. How's that?
Not good.
Not good. Right, so you might feel rewarded to deny it. It ain't much of a reward, but at least so you hid it. And then you couldn't deal with it because it's hidden. I don't see it. Where is that? I have this weird feeling I lost 20 pounds and I still feel fat. Right? Yeah. I could make $1 billion. Give me $1 billion and I'll be a poor boy with $1 billion. My name is Jim and I'm poor. I'm poor as a church mouse. I'm a poster boy for poverty. Didn't cost me a penny. Doesn't matter. Do you see? They're not shooting me. They're not killing me. It might deflate my ego a bit. And this is what I went through for a year and a half and have my whole life because I keep talking to people. I go, my name is Jim and I'm poor. Right? But see, when I said my name is Jim and I'm an alcoholic, the problematic disappeared. Right? The truth will set you free. It doesn't mean anything. It's a word. It's in the dictionary. It's in the zoo. But you're terrified of it, and that would be worth noticing. I mean, you're not unique. How many people are terrified of being fat? Anybody else terrified of being fat? That's the problem. I eat those cookies. You know, it's like an alcoholic say, you know, if I could drink like normal people, I wish I could because I do it all the time. Well, I wish I could eat cookies like normal people because I do it all the time. I wish I could eat fried chicken like normal people because I do it all the time. So, you see, we're backing out of existence. Like, holy shit, there's no great mystery. Everything is as clear as can be. You just need to be able to, you know, you don't need to understand it. You just need to stand it. Holy shit. But now you can begin to claim this word and make friends with it. Seriously. And then like you can, like you'll see, when the spiritual malady, the dis-ease isn't the word's just a word, right? But the dis-ease is in your valuations, and in your denial keeps you stuck, right? So it would be a moment of grace. Oh wow, I am willing to believe that. Now you're getting things to be what they are again. But once this magical power kicks in, then you no longer have access to a realm of being. Now you're just stuck with a bunch of concepts that don't really mean anything, and you're like, what did that wizard do? Or what, did he do it like that, or did he do it like that?
Yeah, because I was just, yay, I am a victim. You know?
Happy, joy.
Huh? And I'm recalling a conversation with my ex, the great victimizer. You know, well, somehow, a few weeks ago...
Snuck that right in, Joe.
Right.
Cut her throat without even saying her name.
Exactly. And the thing is that, and I'm somehow another light had gone off, and I'm realizing, well, this isn't right. You know, somehow...
Must be wrong.
About that I'm giving you this money, it just doesn't seem right to me. But, so she says, well, I'm still talking, well, take $100 off this week, but I didn't hear her. She says, I just told you you can reduce the maintenance. So it's like, wow, it's like the story is just so thick.
This is how your mind works. He's telling you how your mind works. And he's so used to it, he didn't hear what she said.
Right. Yeah.
Really good, right? That could save you a lot of money, and then you could buy $6 fish and coffee. Yeah,
I did take the money and spend it on something else. I forgot what I did.
Yeah, and you'll still be poor, Joe. But now you'll be honestly and freely and excitedly and joyously poor. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, so I'm out with this billionaire last night and I picked up a check. Hey!
To prove that you're not poor.
Right?
I would do the same thing.
Yeah.
You're getting the feel for it. Like, this is important stuff. Our lives are defined, you know, by our own magical power. This is real hard to get, right? You have a magical power that you don't even know about. That's his magic. Yeah, whatever it's applied to disappears. So your beingness disappears. It doesn't appear anyway, even if you know. But look, so now you're stuck with something's running the show, but you don't even know that it has any being, and now you're just saying, how come this poverty keeps showing up? How come the price of coffee, you know? And how come, like, the kids want food? And my wife, you know, she wants me to do something, and it's like, oh my God, and like, you know. So something's running the show, but you're denying that it's running the show. You're denying that you're creating it. You're denying you're the cause of, so the philosophers made this fancy philosophy called occasionalism, which is a way of proving you're not the cause, right? And so imagine anything. The scientists, the brain scientists, the hard problem of neuroscience is how to explain the gap. They call it the explanatory gap. So how to explain the link between mind and, you know, like say subjective, what goes on in your mind, and these synaptic little firings that go on billions at a time in your brain. right? They can't do that. But nobody, when Descartes said, well, the thinking thing is connected to the extended thing in the pineal gland, right? Right? Or Aristotle said, no, those concepts in the sky that Plato talks about, they're not real. The real thing is physical, right? And mental is deriving abstractions from the physical. And mankind is tormented by this because we've got this magical power, which I'm saying in the East, you know, they like it's one of the 5 powers of Shiva, but we know it in 12-step world as denial. So if you could raise your own denial system to an infinite, right? And realize, you know, if you say, well, I'm in the box, and in the box I just see what is projected out of my essence. And can you get it, like, it doesn't mean anything, but there's so many of us are terrified of being fat. So many of us. And we don't talk about it the same as you don't. So we do diet programs and we'll do almost anything, you know, staple my stomach, anything, rather than just, it's like, look, I'm poor, right? So, something is running you, right? But when it shows up, if it shows up here, you experience it as fearful, or it makes you angry. It makes sense. Fight or flight, right? Fear says I'm going to get away from it. Anger says I'm going to destroy it or something, right? Because your body's job is to objectify. Right? So we all these objects, right? But the objects, they're not the objects that are there because no one else sees what you see. You get that? No one else sees what you see. Okay? That skinny little anorectic girl, see I'm fat. Right? She sees that she's fat because she knows that when she's thin, she's going to be happy. So when she's not happy, it doesn't matter if she's skeletal. She knows she's got to lose some more weight. And she doesn't get it all that she's, you know, deceived by her own denial system. Okay. So your body is objectifying, but it's not objectifying what you know. It's not objectifying what you think. It's objectifying your will. Right? That's what it does. It objectifies your will. How's that? Like you say, I'm willing to believe. It's not like I'm fat. That would be a fact. I don't know if there's any fact. But I think it's pretty obvious that you're willing to believe you're fat. You see it? It's not obvious I'm poor. I try and imagine telling some guy in Afghanistan that I'm poor. I can hardly even tell myself anymore. I'm kind of having to admit it. But I mean, I spent my whole life hiding this thing. And I dedicated my whole life to like somehow getting over it. But you know what? You don't get over this stuff. We are like men who have lost their legs. We do not grow new ones. Right? That's from the big one. This isn't going away. That's not a solution. The solution is to remember you're in the box. And all you see is what you're projecting. And what's essential to you is sort of like the deepest cares and concerns. And your body is really, so if you say your body is fat, but imagine that lost its meaning. I mean, it's like, yeah, I believe it. If you want to know what I believe, that's what I believe. But that's not what I'm committed to, or there's all kind of ways to deal with it. But if I say I'm a drunk, I haven't had a drink in 33 years. How the hell do I know I'm a drunk? Can I prove it to a scientist? Some guy, I had my last drink and the other guy next to me, and we both went home and neither of us ever had a drink again. But I went to AA and he just never had a drink again. Is he a drunk? It's no. I'm a drunk because I chose to be a drunk. And I'm poor because I chose to be poor. I could deny it. And in the box, nobody will ever prove it. Right? But if I try and explain to some guy in Afghanistan about my poverty, he's going to be disgusted. Because he's got a poverty that would make mine look like, you know. Have you seen what we're saying? Because I mean, so we're all gonna like get a chance to see what's our essential conflict, but I just want to
Jim.
fill this out. So, all right, so I'm gonna say your body objectifies and projects into the future. Remember I said this is time. And the time of the body is the future, F-U-T-U-R-E, right? Right, yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, like when you wake up, you look at the scale, now it tells you how you're gonna feel today. Because as soon as, well, but even if you lost that weight, if you didn't have some act of grace going on, like I said, I don't need help, I need mercy, I need grace. I don't need help. My energy to dominate my body and make it do or not do, thou shalt not go to the cookie jar. Give it. So exhausting. I know I'm going to lose this battle eventually. Let me just go to the cookie jar, right? But your body is concerned with the future. Can you see that? It doesn't really care what happened yesterday. As soon as you win the lottery and, you know, get the relationship, you're going to forget all that crap. Your body doesn't care about the past. It cares about the future. Does that make sense? It'll grow on you, I promise.
I don't understand, what do you mean by we chose to be alcoholic?
Well, you didn't, right? I didn't, right? But when I did, it made a difference.
When I chose to name it, you're saying?
Yeah, so I said, I'm an alcoholic. Then somebody told me to do that. I didn't figure that out. But I saw these people that seem to be doing better than me, and they said, well, you know, it sounded a little like alcoholism, you know, like, you know, so they didn't even tell me they didn't say you need to say it. See, I say, like we think that, oh, poor me, I became an addict. No, this was your first act of freedom, was to become an addict. Right? And that's why it's so well hidden. See, your goddessness is hidden behind this barrier that, yeah. Like I went once, I woke up and like I had died. And thank God, I found myself standing in front of these big pearly gates. And I thought, oh, thank God. Whew. So I'm standing there, I'm a little impatient, but you know, I'm doing pretty good because I can see like little cherubs floating around in the clouds and they're playing their little harp and it sounds like good music, and I'm waiting for the door to open, right? And I'm standing there and I'm, you know, right? It's like, come on God, what kind of show you running here? You know, and after a couple of eons, I began to notice, you know, there's people coming and going all the time. But they're going through these little portals. So there's a portal over there that I've been noticing it for a long time, but it's like, not mine. It says, for poor boys only. You see? I'm not entering eternity through that portal. And there's one over there for fat girls. I mean,
hope it's a big one.
Don't lighten up about this now. Right? Okay, so that's what your body is like, expecting and getting ready for all this stuff. But it's getting ready for the stuff that you're denying that you're putting there. So it's really embarrassing when you admit, I put it all there. Now your mind, its analog to fear and anger is, are you fear-based or anger-based?
Well, the anger covers the fear.
So your go-to would be anger.
Yeah.
Okay, then I predict you got a lot of resentment. Not everybody does. Some people have a lot of guilt. So the analog of fear is guilt. And the analog of anger is resentment. And so for the guilt, we have, well, for the resentment, we have a program called AA. Right? For the guilt, we have a program called Al-Anon. Because there's two fundamental forms of our disease. Right? Am I the motherfucker who's driving the whole world crazy and, you know, yeah, that'd be me. You know, I'll drink at you, you know. Or am I the one who's endured so long, you know, putting up with all these alcoholics and trying to help each and every one of them And did they thank me when they finally went to AA and got sober? No. You didn't get that on camera, did you? Okay,
Close
forgive
up.
me. Okay, is this, right? Because your mind, okay, so your mind also objectifies, but I'm gonna say, look, what's your mind doing? Say, here's the deal, you're having experiences you don't wanna have. You've been having them for a long time, and you've been figuring out, you're hoping your mind is you're gonna figure out how to do it better, something like that. Okay, but even how many times you lost the weight, it didn't matter, right? It's like, oh my God, because you didn't touch the projector, okay? So your mind says, now wait a minute, I'm gonna figure this out. So what does it do? Well, your mind has its own temporality, see? All you know is what's already happened. So your mind has records. Your mind has unimaginable, detailed, correlated, corresponding, not to anything that's actually happening, but to your will. So when I say, whoever it is that the world is round knows that it always was, right? So whoever it is that it's not my fault knows that it never was, and they have records that prove, right? So if I say, yeah, I'm going through it about money, but I'm getting better, right? And then, you know, I mean, I know, like I could let days go by and I won't take a single action to further my financial well-being. But, you know what, when I was a kid, you know, I started working when I was 11. That's not true, it was 12, but so what, my story, right? And I'm working in the local grocery store for 40 fucking cents an hour. Getting bad. I'm working, and every 2 weeks I take my little pay envelope home, and my father takes my pay envelope, and if there's $20, which would be a good paycheck, right, he'll give me maybe $1, right? And then he'll put the rest away, and he'll write it down in this book. And say, when you're old enough to have your own bank account, we'll put this in the bank. So when I'm 15 and he owes me a lot of money, and I know how much it is, I watch every time, but I kind of am suspicious because, you know, like I lie about how much I work so that I can steal from my own pay envelope so that I can, because if he knew that I had that money, he said, but I couldn't buy anything good with it. I couldn't save it up and get something good. So you can see my situation. So I'm trying, you know, overcome all this. And I'm better than I was, but, you know, whose fault is it? Have I got you convinced? See, I'll get you to feel sorry for me, and I'll get you to understand me, and I'll get you to feel for me. You might be a little judgmental if you're more like my father, and you might critique me, you know, come on, get over it, buck up, kid, you know. But the thing is, I'm stuck as stuck can be, but I got an explanation. See, so the more profoundly, convincingly you have an explanation, the more stuck you are. The less likelihood you're ever going to have a new experience, because your experience doesn't come from your intellect. It doesn't come from what you know. You can know everything. And, you know, who doesn't know how to lose weight? Who doesn't know how to make some money, save some money, don't spend some money? Who doesn't know how not to say nasty things to people? So we get stuck, right? And eventually, say, the box of existence gets a very painful place to be. And so eventually, when it gets painful enough, it'll even dawn on your mind. It really is. It's like whoever put this thing together it's amazing. So your mind will eventually, and I think the world is coming close to a tipping point on this, but individuals go through this when it gets so bad, and your mind says, maybe, just maybe, I'm missing something essential. Maybe everything I know is the problem, right? And then you begin to get what they might call beginner's mind, right? So then you get an opening. But the opening is exactly what you don't want it to be. It's the pain that you've been avoiding. Okay? So, So let's say, well, however painful it might be, you've been surviving it every day of your life. You see? You're bigger than your pain. Right? But do you, if pain and pleasure, right, do you have a preference? And you're bewitched by your preference. Right? So you can't just get things to be the way they are because everyone knows this is better than that. And that's the beginning axiom of game theory. In order to have a game, something has to be better than something else. So you can't let justice, which is just, right, which is just the way it is. So it's not this is better or that's better. It's just what it is. There's pleasure and there's pain. Get it? Right? You see? But we think thin's better than fat, poor, right? So let's say you have survived your pain. We're not trying to make your pain any worse. You survived it, right? You're bigger than that. It doesn't actually invalidate you. But if you keep trying to hide it and conceal it, you say, then you're stuck with this story that doesn't make any sense, really. So if you said, wait a minute, okay, wait a minute. Well, how would I do this? You willing to find out? Is anybody not willing to find out? You better leave the room now. Right? You're willing to find out, right? Because each of you is doing your own thing in your own way, but it's the same kind of thing. So let's say we come in here, okay? And what we're going to find is the system of your beliefs. And I'm going to divide the system of your beliefs into 3 categories. Right? 2 of them are very simple. We'll be able to deal with them very effectively. And then the third one is the one we really want, but it's the one that's hard to get at, right? So if I say, who's willing to be a volunteer to let me work with you? Okay, but you're a smart rat. I gotta,
Okay.
no, somebody that doesn't, yeah, good. You're not such a smart rat. No, just stay in your chair. No, stay in your chair. We don't, it's like, it's cool. See, you did it wrong right off the bat. Now, someone else? Good. Right, 'cause you're already in it. That's good. I just want to get because we're all the same. It isn't even really a big deal when you see every single one of us is hiding the same kind of thing. So if we could get over that, it'd be pretty good. Okay, now, so the first category is all the things that you believe. Right, I got you and you. Good. All the things that you believe. Would you be willing to do one too, Sword? Sure. Okay, good. All the things that you believe, right, with no denial, right? You believe them, there's no denial, they exist, right? You can see, we all believe there's doors, we all believe it's like 12:30, right? We all believe bunches of stuff, right? Now, I'm going to give you an example of something, right? So, wait, your name is Roti. Roti. Roti? Okay. Just say, I believe my name is Roti.
I believe my name is Roti.
Right? And you're the only one in the room that does, so if you're, and I bet with that, that's not a normal, right? So if the sound, Roti, right, you pretty much assume they're calling you, right? So you know what to do. It lets you do things. If the mail says Roti, you can open them. You get it? Right?
Terry.
So you say, I believe my name is Carrie.
I believe my name is Terry.
You do, right? That's not in jar with anything. Your body isn't saying, no, come on. You know that you're really Henrietta, but you change your name because whatever. That's just what's up, right? And it exists for your senses, right? And you might know 3 things that are wrong with you, but you're not thinking, if they hadn't named me Roti, I'd be all set. Right? If they had named me Henrietta, I'd be all set. You're not thinking that. You don't care. You see? Believing is care. You don't care. You do care about something, but you don't care about that. So you believe it, and it exists, but it neither saves you or condemns you. You got that? There's lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of things like that. Definitely exist. They stand out. Okay. Then category 2 is all the things that you simply do not care about. So you don't believe them, right? So here's my standard model. Say, I believe I'm an Eskimo dog sled racer.
I believe I'm an Eskimo Eskimo dog.
See, you don't even care to remember the sentence, right? And you don't care if it snows, you're not thinking, where's my sled dog? What kind of wax do I need? You know, who won the Iditarod? You don't care. You see, you don't care, right? Let's say, I'm an Eskimo dog sled racer.
I'm an Eskimo dog.
See, your body just can't even say it. It's in your body like, I don't care about that. Get to the important stuff, right? So there's how many things you don't care about? You don't even know because you don't care. And there's wonderful things you could care about. You've grown by adding beliefs, but you don't care, right? So that's not a problem. It might be a hidden opportunity, but it's not a real problem. Okay. Then so you got that? So one is everything you believe, no denial, it exists, but it doesn't save you or condemn, but it does let you open the door and, know where you live.
Super, you said it.
Now I'm gonna pick him.
Oh, okay.
The mother wants to make sure.
Oh, right.
I know. I'm a little hesitant because when it's silent, the father, keep speaking too. Okay. Okay, so you got it. Everything you believe, no denial, exists. Okay. Everything you don't care about, there's no denial, but it never shows up and you don't miss it. Right? There's lots of, we don't even know how much. Who knew we needed the internet? Right? Who knew it would enrich our lives? Who knew that Facebook would? I didn't care. Okay. Then 3 is all the things that you believe, but you're denying that you believe it. So you're pretending you don't believe it. Okay? That's where we get stuck. So, I'm going to do each of you. But I'm going to do one of you, and then I'm going to do you, Soren, okay? So you can see how it goes, right? What's your mother's name?
Anne.
Anne. Okay, so just say, I believe my name is Anne.
I believe my name is Anne.
Okay, how's that feel?
Feels good?
Feels good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, so is Anne still around?
No.
Okay. Suppose we could go wherever she is.
Mm-hmm.
We can go anywhere. We could go wherever she is. She doesn't exist, right? But she does in your mind, and excuse me. So suppose we say, so we go where she is, and what we're going to do is we're going to extract her belief system, right? And we're going to reduce it to a little smart stick, and install it like an application in you. Okay? Now, what's your mother's name?
Sophia.
Sophia. Great name, Philosophia. Okay, so say, I believe my name is Sophia.
I don't want to say it.
I got it. Right? Right? That speaks volumes. Do you see? I don't want to, but I didn't ask you to want to say it. I just said,
I believe my name is Sophia.
right, now how's that feel?
It's okay.
Well, it's not like, I believe my name is Rhodey.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it's not like I won the Iditarod or I'm an Eskimo dog sled racer, right?
No.
No, it's like, it's got a charge on it.
It's like an order, I'm just saying it.
Okay, we'll examine that in a second, right? So wait, so say your mom, okay? And, wait, what's her name?
Anne.
Anne, okay. So let's say about being what Anne is, right? The cares and concerns that your mother had, right? So a lot of it sounds like it'd be good. Okay, now I'm going to suggest there's something that would suck. I'm not denying that there's goodness, lots of goodness. I can tell it, right? It's as obvious as can be. But what would you have to be if you were going to be exactly what Anne was that you wouldn't want to be?
I wouldn't want to be. I can't think of anything.
Well, think you're 7 years old and you're looking at mom and daddy and you begin to see what's wrong with mommy.
She was a caretaker of my father, I was not there.
Okay, and so what did you see when she was caretaking your dad?
Pain,
Yeah,
pain.
okay, so say, now I can't remember your name.
Terry.
Carrie. Say, my name is Carrie and I'm
No,
in...
Terry. Terry.
Oh, Terry. Say,
Yeah.
my name is Terry and I'm in pain. I'm in pain.
My name is Terry and I'm in pain.
How's that sound?
Terrible.
Okay, now just, right, but do you care?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So, now you've been living with this your whole life, right? So we're not, right? But supposing you could just get a little freedom. It actually would complete your relationship with Anne, in the sense, because this is what you didn't know how to do. I couldn't stand my father's struggle. He had 9 kids, right? This Catholic woman, every time he had an erotic moment, she had a baby, you know, a blessed event. But, so I couldn't think, because I was so traumatized by my experience of his struggle, right? And that's what you saw with Anne, was her pain, right? So if you say, I am in pain, what happens if you say it?
It hurts. It feels,
Okay.
it hurts.
Now remember I said, so what's the opposite of being in pain? For you. See, for me, if I say my father's, the thing I didn't want to be was poor. And my basic duality is there's poor people and not poor people, but the not poor people are the ones that don't have to think about money. Do you see how hopeless that is? Because the more I go for my ideal, the more I'm destined, right? So I'll be like Joe, I'll pay the bill so you don't think I have to think about money. It's like, what? Ludicrous. Okay? So you think you're supposed to be happy, right? And probably Anne did what you do. She probably covered her pain with happiness.
Very happy. My mother did, yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. So, I am happy. Right? And I bet you, if we sent you to a convention, you could start pointing out very accurately who's happy and who's in pain. Right? You're hypersensitive to that. And you're trying, and I can get it. And I'm kind of, this is another place where you and your mom had the same thing going on, right? You know all kinds of, you know, like, and you're doing good at being happy, okay? But you're never doing good enough at being happy.
Say that again?
You're never doing good enough. You can never convince yourself that you're really happy.
No, that's not true.
That's not true? Well, if you're a little unhappy, is that threatening?
I don't mostly feel unhappy. I normally feel fairly happy.
Yeah. I'm a happy, happy guy. It was a revelation when I realized how much I was concealing. When I was a little kid, that was I'm going to say this, my nickname, but you know, it was like smiling Jimmy Roy. I smile because you never know how unhappy I am. I didn't know how unhappy I am. But I can see we just touched that unhappy and, you know, the backside of the hand, right? So imagine you could have it all. We're not interested in saying, you know, but if you have to be happy, it runs the show, right? But if you could get, like, I'm happy when I'm happy and I'm unhappy when I'm unhappy, right? So I could say, oh honey, I'm in poverty mode. Do you see where we're, right? And the thing is, then you can, who I am, whoever can be happy can be unhappy, right? But it's not okay with you to be unhappy. You have to be happy.
It doesn't feel good to me.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good to anybody. That's why we call it pain. Right? But you know what? The word pain is one of my favorite words. The word pain it's a double meaning. One is payment. So all this string of words, pain, penalty, patient. The patient goes to the doctor because to be patient means to be in the pain. Right? Punishment, penalty, payment. Right? But the deepest root is atonement, which is at one-ment. See, if you could be in pain, you could be at one. But if you can't be at pain, you're stuck in existence, right? All the stuff that's standing out, you know, it's like the sphere of the globe, right? Every point on the earth has the same center. The center is the place where it's all is at one. Existence at one-ment, existence at one-ment, existence at one-ment. But the at one-ment is the same at one, whether it's this and this, or this and this, whether it's the east pole and the west pole, or the north pole and the south pole, right? But can you see that you're monitoring so that you don't see your pain, right? And we're not trying to deny, I am happy. I'm actually very, very happy. But that let me conceal and hide an awful lot. You never know how, you know, I'm happy, and I couldn't relate to anyone like my father because I couldn't witness their pain. But when I began to be able to own my unhappy, I could relate to usually men, but often, no, all my girlfriends were just like my father. They carried my pain. You married?
Yes,
Is he in pain?
yes,
Yeah. Check it out. You hear what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay, just a new vista, right? But when I could own my own pain, she stopped being depressed. Seriously. We used to say she's clinically depressed. And how did I end up with such an unhappy person? Because I was terrified of my own pain. Like I would say, I could happy you to death. But does this all make sense?
Sort of.
Okay, but can you see that your existence reflects the tension between you as pain and you as happy? Okay, that's good, right? I'm not trying to do any more than that. I'm not trying to say something wrong or bad. Well, we could go there too, but now, your mother's name?
Sophia.
Sophia. Okay, now just say, all right, I believe my name is Sophia.
I believe my name is Sophia.
Is Sophia still around?
Yeah, I just saw her actually.
Is she in Venezuela?
Yeah.
All right, let's go south, right? What we're going to do is we're going to get her system of beliefs. Okay, we're going to bring it here and put it on a smart stick, and we're going to install it in you, so you're going to see a Sophia world and feel Sophia feelings and, you know, think Sophia thoughts and know, right? Right? So, right. So let's say some of that would be great. Some of it would probably be, who cares? But what would suck if you had to be what Sophia is?
Nothing is enough.
Okay, so when you're a little girl, you're 7 years old, you're looking at mom.
She cannot take care of herself. I need to take care of her.
Okay, now I'm going to guess. Right? Just say, my name is Rhodey and I believe I'm weak. Does that hit the nail on the head? Right, my name is Rhodey, I'm pretending I'm not weak. It's threatening. Do you see, like, and then we live in what's left over after this, right? But if you could think, oh, come on. Right? You too, you need mercy. You need grace. Grace is when you don't have to forget what you've been denying. And you can see why we all hide it. It's painful. But imagine it's only painful. And pain is a very misunderstood word. How you doing now? Because, I mean, look, I know, this is the abyss, right? This is what... Okay. And you could easily go to the convention and see, you know, who's weak. But you got a thing about I'm strong. And I'm sure if I interviewed your friend, say, yeah, she is so strong. Right? Friend. But your ideal of strength is unattainable. right? You set the bar so high, it's like so strong that there isn't any, you know, it's like the front without the back. There isn't any such thing. See, if I have to, in order to not appear poor, you know, I have to never think about money. I mean, that's ludicrous, that's crazy, that's insane. And it's a recipe for misery and failure and unhappiness. I could happy you to death for a long time, but I can't win the final battle. Because until I include my opposite, I'm stuck with myself. So is this useful? Are you seeing this? Right? And you can see from here, all of that makes perfect sense. You're projecting your own tension. Right? The tension between, you know, strength and weakness. But, well, I can be strong and I can be weak. Right? And you're a little too forceful on the strong and not appreciative enough of the weak. But, you know, what might be able to come to you if you could admit your weakness? And we all got to learn this, you know. Just think of the rhetoric in the world today. It's like, oh, who wants to be weak in this world? And that's the whole Darwinian survival of the fittest. So is this useful?
Yes.
Okay. And you got something to work with, and you got a great sponsor there to support you in working on it. So, right, you can save so much energy. You see all the energy that's in, not that, not that, not that, not that. It's like, no, that. Okay. Hey, Soren. You willing to work with me? This is so good.
I mean,
Let me walk you through
well, I
it.
just feel like it's different and maybe not appropriate.
Don't think about it.
Alright.
Don't think. Okay? Now. Okay? But you got it. My name is Soren. You can tell what that feels like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being put on the spot and I'm already resenting.
Good. That's good. Right? That's this afternoon. We're going to get there. But it's good. You're ahead. You're rushing ahead. Okay? So, what's your father's name?
Jim,
Good. Now say, I believe my name is Jim.
I believe my name is Jim.
Okay? This is great. This is so fascinating. So, how's that feel?
I don't have an issue with it.
Okay. But now suppose, so say if you were turned into Jim, some of that, I hope, would be wonderful. You know, good. Right? Right? And some of it would be a matter of indifference. Right? You had to have some eye color and etc. Right? Something would suck. What would you have to be?
I don't know. I'm not. It's not an issue that I'm like scared of, and I think especially as I get older and I find myself doing things that I feel like are things that you do. I'm not at odds with it. Like, you know.
Okay. Right? Now just do the exercise. What would you have to, if you're going to be exactly what your dad is, what would you have to be that you really don't want to be? I mean, not like,
Well,
she is happy. She is
I wouldn't
happy.
want to be like. I wouldn't want to do this. You know, like I wouldn't want to force my like methods onto somebody else.
Well, that's exactly, like, remember when you dropped out of Hebrew school? Right? You wrote the essay, Religion Can Suck.
I don't agree.
Well, that was exactly what you were saying. You were like, what, 12 years old? And you're saying it's not right for parents to force things. Right? So what kind of a being forces things on their kids?
Well, somebody with like a blind spot who like doesn't see that like to do this process with like roti is like different, you know, to talk about like their, like it's a whole different process now for me to do it with you. Maybe it's a better one in some sense, but like in this context, it's like not necessarily this like a workable one.
How would you know? You haven't done it.
Well, I'm doing it right now.
Right? So, if you can say, what is it? That dad is blind, right?
Like eager to show that this works or something, like without necessarily looking at some of the details within it.
So what word, think you're 7 years old, and you hear dad and he's always going on and on about something
Well,
like
I think
that.
it's like ignorant.
That hurts.
But the thing is, like, I can say it in this context, but that's not how that's not.
Well, ignorant is not the word anyway, because it's too intellectual. You know, it's like a mental, 7-year-olds don't say, that's ignorant. They say something else, like,
Stubborn.
good, oh my God, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
And you know what, I could get it, that's, right, that jar with me. I'm the easiest going guy you ever, right? Dad is stubborn.
Yeah.
What's silent in the father speaks loudly in the son.
Well, yeah, because you guys were the ones that always told me I was stubborn.
Yeah, that's the last thing he wanted, was if we said he was stubborn. He could deal with almost anything, but if we accused him of being stubborn, whoop, the heels were dug in. Right? And so if you look, now what's the opposite of stubborn?
Like, open.
What's it, like when you,
Understanding, or like,
knowing,
Flexible.
understanding.
Openness, maybe.
Open?
yeah, I don't know if that's something I would think of as a child, like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Compassionate?
in some ways, it's like the opposite of you being stubborn is just giving me what I want,
Acquiescent.
If I weren't stubborn,
Easygoing.
You'd be like accommodating.
no, but that's too intellectual. Being nice,
I could see that.
good.
No, like not like I would if you weren't stubborn, I would get what I want. Is ultimately.
Generous.
But it's not necessarily generous in like a let me give you money type thing. It was just
Yeah, I'd let you be
me
right.
do what I want. Yeah.
Free,
Lenient.
Flexible?
Well, I'm just gonna try it, like, just try and say, I believe I'm right. Right, there's stubborn people and there's people who are really right. I'm stubborn and you're right.
But I mean, they're kind of, and maybe that's the point, is that I can already see how they're two sides of the same thing, because if you have to be right,
Are you stubborn?
I don't think I'm stubborn.
You don't think you're stubborn?
But I think it's definitely been a point of contention in my life, yeah.
Your hope, right? Like, it's not a matter of indifference, right? So if you look and you see who's stubborn and who's, right.
Right, I think at this point in my life, I'm afraid to be stubborn.
Okay. But I'm afraid to be poor.
Right, and I think that's where like when you were saying, are you anger or fear based?
Yeah,
Like I'm definitely more at this point in my like it used to be I was angry.
yeah.
Now I'm shameful, and I think it's like because I don't want to be stubborn. I don't
Yeah, so
want
you're
I don't
ashamed
want
to
to
be
come off
stubborn.
like I need to be right, and so I end up being really shameful. Like because of that, like that's the go-to mode. It's like, well, I don't want to be stubborn, but I am. I don't want to need to be right, but I do, and I'm ashamed of that.
Awesome. I mean, seriously, like I'm getting a lot from this. Like, I want to say thank you for doing it, like really doing it. But here we are, right? This is life, right? And I can identify, like, I probably got a real blind spot about my stubbornness because I'm right. Am I right, Shelley?
oh yeah.
She's a dear friend, knows me dearly closely for a long time, and her verdict is he's stubborn. Right? It's probably you're right, shoot myself in the foot. So I think you are right. Right? But you say, okay, my name is Soren and I believe, I care. It's not like it's true. I believe I'm stubborn.
My name is Soren, and I believe I'm stubborn.
How's that?
I mean, it's charged. It's not like, there was a point in my life where I would have hated to say that.
So you've covered a lot of ground in the last few years.
But it's
You wouldn't have been here.
yeah. I mean, it's like bitter. It's bittersweet. I could say almost like because I can see how it's still something that I struggle with, but I also understand that like coming to terms with it is like powerful.
So, I mean, we got it open enough that we can, you know, like, right, you could go to the convention and you can see who's stubborn and who's like right. I mean, I bet if you look, you see, there's people that are really right, and there's some people that are just plain stubborn.
Well, I don't think there's a difference really.
Well, that's interesting, but I mean,
Or I
I'm,
guess I can say like I almost don't care. Like at this point, if somebody wants to be right, I'd rather not come off as stubborn. I'd rather let them be right, so I don't come off as being stubborn.
okay. But suppose you're stubborn and you're right, or you're neither stubborn nor right. But you know, like just that if you could like allow these words, they're just charged words. But, you know, like, look, I got a lot more freedom today about being poor than, you know, when I started this, it was like, you know, oh my God. And that's how I think, you know, what you're doing with this. And, I mean, we've all seen you grow immensely, and you really have gotten more and more. So it's not like this is all there is, but on the other hand, it's like being a drunk. We're like men who've lost their leg. We're not going to grow new ones. It's a core issue. A defining, organizing. Your history is going to be full of moments when you were right and moments when I was stubborn, for example, right? And then when you look, I say, I don't see that. You see, I wouldn't see what he sees. Okay, now we got just a couple more minutes, but we're going to take a break. What's your mother's name?
Debbie.
Okay. I believe my name is Debbie.
I believe my name is Debbie.
Are you willing to do this?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, how's that feel?
It feels better than it probably would have been in the past.
Okay, supposing we did the same thing, right? You know, we're going to go and we're going to locate Debbie and we're going to extract her essence, her belief system, and put it on a smart stick and bring it here and install it in you.
Flash drive.
Flash drive, right? You know, and some of it's going to be amazing, but what is the worst you're going to have to be if you're going to be what she is?
She's insecure.
Insecure. Now, get a little more 7-year-old. Scared?
Scared.
Right? Just say, I am afraid or scared.
Afraid.
Right? And then you would admire people who are fearless. Right? You admire those strong women.
Strong. Yeah.
Your son goes leaping, I mean, my son, your husband goes leaping out of airplanes, and, right? I am fearless or brave? Brave. Right? I mean, would that duality kind of organize your existence pretty well, like huge, big chunks of it? Right? And you want to be brave, and you don't want to be afraid. So when you're afraid, you don't have a lot of space. And when you're brave, but you're never brave enough. And the idea of being brave would probably be suicidal. Right? I mean, if I think not poor is don't have to think about money, I mean, that is so blindingly stupid. But that's how we made these things up in an almost infantile state. We were not our best thinking. It just like, it was what there was. Probably it was already there. You know, if you think your mom and dad, who was brave and who wasn't. Was she brave? She was afraid. You saw she was afraid. Okay. But does this give you an opening? Awesome. And the worry is that, like, if you looked at her when you're 7, you don't see she's worried, but you see she's afraid? Is it? Or maybe it is worried.
No, I could tell that she was worried.
Okay, good. So that's what you'd see, right? So you say, okay. Are you worried?
Am I worried right now
No, in
in life?
yeah.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, I have lots of worries. I have kids.
Yeah, but that's an explanation. You could have kids without worrying. I don't know if you really could, but but like,
Yeah, I am.
but we don't have to turn our kids into an excuse for worry. I mean, it makes sense.
Right, okay, yeah.
And anybody that's been a parent would agree with you.
Yeah.
So we're
Yeah.
we're all in this together. We're covering each other's story, you know?
Yeah.
But if you just say, you know, I'm worried. Like, have you ever caught yourself worried when you really didn't need to be worried?
I've had the opposite, where it's like, oh, things are going good, something bad's gonna like something's
Yeah.
gonna happen that I'm gonna be worried about.
Yeah,
There's
like you
something I'm
justify
missing.
you need
I'm
to
like
worry.
missing something that I should be worried about, kind of thing.
All right. So, but you look, and so you probably did exactly what your mother did. You justify your worrying. You don't get that you're worried because you think you got a reason to be afraid or worried,
Yeah.
right? So there's no need to worry, right? It's just what's here. This is it, right? There's nothing. You don't have to worry. But you'll sit here where there's no need to worry and imagine that there's something else you ought to worry about. There's something, you know, if I could pull back the corners of existence, I'd see why you got to worry.
Right.
But moment by moment, you're not helping anything by worrying, are you?
Right.
But does that open a door for you to think, yeah, I'm just worried because that's the way I am.
Yeah.
Because I'm just like my mother. But what's the opposite of worry?
Like peace or acceptance.
Well, just think, there's worried people like your mom, and then what's the right way to be?
Confident or secure.
You're guessing.
I know.
Right? Just,
Because I don't know.
just relax. No, but it's going to be one of those duh. It's like obvious as can be, right? There's people like your mom, and they're worried,
Right.
and you don't want to be like that.
No.
So you want to be the opposite. What's the opposite of worried?
Sure.
Sure.
I don't-
She said
I don't know.
confidently.
I don't know.
Wait, so there's people who are worried, and there's people who know. Is that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, is that an ideal? Like,
Yeah. Because I
wish I
always felt
knew.
like my mother didn't know anything.
she didn't know.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why she's worried,
Right.
right? And you want to know, because if you know, you think if you know, you won't worry.
Right, because my brain is always about figuring out.
Yeah, right. So that's good. So if you say, wait, why am I trying to figure out? Because I'm worried.
Right.
But if you could just be worried, you wouldn't need to figure it out. What's to figure out? I'm worried. I'm worrying. I'm wasting my time worrying. What could be more obvious?
No, because my brain will say, well, what am I worrying about? Why
We're
am I
not,
worrying?
we're not trying to placate your brain. We know a mind is a terrible thing. Right? A mind is a terrible thing. It's not going to be some other kind of thing. Once you get the terrible thing, you listen to it and it worries. That's what it does. So you are your mind then. But you're not your mind. So you say, wait a minute. I worry. If you could just let it be. You worry. You're a worry boy.
But you know, so it's interesting because if you talk to my friends, they would not think I'm a worrywart.
Yeah,
'Cause
I could get it because you hide it.
People say
Because you don't want them
I'm
to
like the
know
duck, where
that
I'm
you
like
are your mother.
going under the water with my feet, but on the top I'm like.
Exactly. Exactly right. So, but that's good because you're tormenting yourself
Yeah.
and convincing them. See, I'll convince everybody I'm not poor because you know why? Look. See, when you find out what's wrong with you, then you devise a strategy to conceal it. So shortly after, see, my story is I went to school. I've told this story so many times, but I went to school. I'm 7 years old. All my friends are like 8, and they're a grade ahead, right? But because they're all my friends, they're going to let me join the Cub Scout group that's starting up. My best friend's mother's the den mother, so I'm really excited because I'm going to be in Cub Scouts with all the older boys, which is the first thing I ever did aside from church, outside the family. It was me outside the family. I'm going to be me, right? So I go to school. I'm 7 years old, first day, and I'm wearing my new Cub Scout shirt, right? And with the badges, my mother sewed on it. And I get on the playground, and one of the guys says, well, that's not an official Cub Scout shirt. Well, I never have gotten over that to this moment, right? And so I go home, and I'm traumatized. right? And I said, how come you sent me to school in the wrong shirt? And my father says, but your father's poor, and you're not gonna be able to have what you want, and there's nothing you can do about it, so you might as well get used to it, right? And see, when we heard those words like that, in a state like that, that wasn't like one day that happened. That was, remember I said like, however it is, that's how it was, and however it is, see, it goes through all of time. Time's a huge illusion. But we don't know it's an illusion because we think it's real. We think that what happened is real, and what's gonna happen is real, right? So you say, wait a minute. So I am that I'm poor, right? And I was poor, and I'm hoping to change it or ameliorate it so it's a little better, right? So you're worried, right? There's worried people and there's people who know, right? So you have a strategy. My guess is your strategy is to be someone who knows. They don't know, you know. So they don't think you're worrying. So shortly after my Cub Scout shirt debacle, I noticed these kids don't even know how to spell all these words. They don't remember every page of everything, right? They don't, I'm smarter than them. So I will be smart and charming. And you'll never notice that I'm wearing the same clothes every day, all winter, right? And I'll just be brilliant, 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 right? In my shabby, you know, old, not even good dungarees and my boots with holes, right? And you won't notice that because I'm charming, right? So you're, you know, you got an ideal. So how do you conceal that you're worried?
I know, I'm looking like I know what I'm talking about.
It could be. I mean, you tell me though. You know. What do you do?
I don't share the worries.
Okay.
I keep it in.
And you pretend.
Yeah, that I'm calm.
Okay, good. That'll get it, right? You look calm. I'd buy it. Right? I didn't know those little feet are paddling away. Right? So if you could just let yourself get it. I am worried. I'm a worrier. Leave me to my own device. I'll worry myself to death. And just get it. Like, okay, it's like saying I'm a drunk. Right? I'm just drunk. Or it's like saying I'm fat. It's not true, but you worry about it, right? What's going to happen if I don't control this? And that's something great to worry about. So if you didn't have anything else, you can always worry about that. Right?
What do I do with that? I don't know what to do with that.
Well, you do whatever you do, right? Because we're not talking about what you do, but you're going to, we know this. You believe there's something to worry about. But it's not that you're something to worry about. See, being worried is simply who you are. You deny it by pretending there's something to worry about. You explain why you're worried. Why are you worried? Well, I got kids. Right? You're blaming your kids for why you're worried. And then you think you know why you're worried. Like, you got kids. How can you enjoy your kids when all they are is a worry? Right? But if you could just worry, see if you just, how are you doing? Oh, I'm worrying. What are you doing? I'm worrying. How is that? Sucks. Why do you do it? Because I'm a worrier. Right? Some people are warriors and I'm a worrier.
But if I think about that with alcoholism, so I am an alcoholic.
Okay, excellent. It's a great model.
So I say I'm alcoholic, I'm gonna go drink some wine? Like it,
No.
that's
You know what I'd say? If I have time to, I've done plenty of work. My wife was pregnant and I was going, right? But I learned to say to myself, if I have time, because time is like a certain, right? If I have time to worry, I have time to say the third step prayer. And I mean, I said the third step prayer, I still do a lot, but I mean, for the first few years, that's about all I did. I just said the third step prayer. I'd notice I'm worrying, and I say, God, I offer myself. What's myself? Myself is what worries, right? Oh, see? We don't need help, self-help, right? We're self-help junkies, right? Why are you here? Because you want some help for yourself, right? You're hopeless, right? But you don't need to do anything about that. You've been hopeless forever. you're eternally hope. See, this is time, you say this is eternity. But eternity is just a kind of an energetic. It means the height of youthful energy. That's eternity. That's what eternity means. So you've been eternal, see, time after time after time after time. It doesn't even matter. But it doesn't matter because you're going to fill up time. You're going to fill up eternity with all this time to worry. So you got a full-time occupation. But you don't have to. See, if you can say, I'm worrying. Okay. Do I have to worry? Well, I have to do something. Okay, so do you want to worry? Don't I have to have kids? Well, so what? You could have kids and not worry. What might you do? You might, okay, I surrender myself. God, I offer myself today. How's that? Can you see? I mean, the thing about being an alcoholic is a beautiful model. If you got, I didn't want to be an alcoholic. I didn't want to be a worrier, right? I mean, that's what I did with the money things. You know, so I got sober. It was such a surprising gift. So I'm talking with a friend that I used to talk with a lot. She's a very stubborn friend, my friend Susan. But we say, and she was on welfare up in Massachusetts, and I got my baby coming down here, and but I said, okay, we're trying to figure out this. So, okay, I'm an under-earner. So I said, all right, let me look at I'm an alcoholic. That means if I do drink, then I'm going to be miserable. But what I heard from program was I don't have to drink. So it went right back to I don't have to drink. It validated I am a drunk. So if a drunk doesn't drink, that's a miracle. Right? If you don't worry, it'll be a miracle. Would you be willing to have a miracle? Can you imagine having kids and not worrying? I mean, it's like, oh my God. But here's a way to go at it, right? Right? You yourself will worry. If you're in charge, you're going to worry. If I'm in charge, I'm going to go broke. Right? So, if I'm an alcoholic, it means if I drink, if I do that, I will be miserable. And the additional thing, I don't have to drink a day at a time. Now, I didn't know that, but all of a sudden, when I could be a drunk, I could hear that I don't have to drink. Okay. So I said, okay, I'm poor. I'm an under-earner. Means if I do under-earn, then I will be miserable. Clear as a bell. But I was a DA, the Debtors Anonymous, which I wasn't a debtor. Never, I don't worry about debt because for me, that's too upscale. I couldn't get there, right? I used to marvel at these people. They got $1 million of debt or $100,000. It's like, I couldn't even imagine it. Okay, because I'm small-minded. But I say, okay, I'm an under-earner. Means if I under-earn, I will be miserable. I can understand that. And then I listened and listened and listened. And the program said, and I don't have to under-earn a day at a time. So I learned it just, do I have enough for today? I said, yeah, I could get I don't have enough to put my kids through college and retire and all of that. But I clearly have enough for the day. Okay, well good, that's where time stops. Right? That's as much time as I can handle is 24 hours. And if I can, okay, and now, you know, I can hear the promise. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave us, right? Now I bet you're not listening to that promise, right? Because if you're listening to a promise, pro means forward, and miss means to put, like a mission, send. You send something. So you send with your word, right? So program promises fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave us, right? Now, I have to listen to that promise rather than listen to my mind. Because my mind tells me I'm going to go broke and there's nothing I can do about it. I can't have what I want, right? And there's nothing I can do about it, so I might as well get used to it. And that's how I felt when she was pregnant, and I'm terrified of it. there's nothing I can do. And I couldn't pick up my telephone and I knew what to do. But the thing that was really good is like, but it doesn't matter, I won't do it. So I learned to surrender myself rather than strengthen myself or justify myself or excuse myself. What my program told me, that surrender yourself. So, okay, is you getting this? Like, right? So you yourself will worry. So when you notice you're worrying, you're taking time to worry. So if you have time to worry, you have time to pray. And if you really did that, I mean, like not like something we're supposed to do and all like that, but like you're taking time to worry, right? So if you take time to pray, you know, you're all set.
That's helpful.
And that's helpful. Okay, and that's what we need because we don't, you know, we don't just go through it, but it is like drinking, right? That's why that's the perfect model. And how to go first there. In the same way, I don't eat. If I don't eat, I'm going to have to be anxious. Okay, but my friend Soren Kierkegaard told me that she who has learned to be anxious in the right way has learned the ultimate. I'm looking for a world where there's no anxiety. There's no such world. You need a lobotomy or death. But there's not a solution. If you're here, you're going to be anxious. But that's just the movement between the opposites. Right? And it really, okay, that just means you're alive. That's the eternal, it's never stopped and it's not going to stop. Can't stop, won't stop. We can come and go, we can die and be born. But, is that useful now? You got a game to play.
Thank you, yeah.
Okay, excellent, good. And does everybody get that? Do you get it? Like, right? It's like, wait a minute, what? I'm doing something. Okay, I'm worrying. I mean, who doesn't worry? If anybody doesn't worry, I'd like to meet somebody. I don't know anybody that doesn't worry, you know? Joe doesn't all the time. But. Okay? Now, anybody else? Leftover business from morning?
Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's one more.
You're gonna hog the whole show.
Where is higher power in this?
Oh my God, that's great. It is so easy to drop that out. So how are we going to do this now? So you're a worrier, right?
Yeah, so I don't want to lose my higher power.
Yeah. No.
I'm worried about it. I forgot about it.
Okay. All right. But it really is great. It's like, how does this stuff? It's like I gotta walk and chew gum and juggle 5 balls at once and you know, the 5 powers of Shiva and something else. But the truth is, it's so much simpler than that. So here's the truth is, but the truth is, you got to be willing to get. It is so fucked up. Excuse me, but it is so. The trap is so much more cunning and baffling and powerful. I mean, you get like your mind thinks that its thoughts are really important. It thinks that they're true, right? And then you think about what you do, and you just got to drive yourself crazy. But if we cut through all that, then this is really great. I really didn't think of this all day because it's too simple, too. But it's a lot like where we're heading there with what we just said. So now, Joe, you got to wake up, right? I just want you to, right? All right. Now, so here's the thing, right? So we started out, and I said this is pasted right on that. And we pried it off, and then you could get, there's your mind, and there's your body. Your body's doing what it's doing. It's not doing what your mind thinks it's doing what it's doing. And that's almost too simple to get, right? And then we got, but there's your being, right? And your being is willing, right? But so far, everybody's being is willing something they think is great to cover up something they think sucks, right? And that's like, so if you could stand it to get, you know, see, the thing is, I got this ill will, right? So if I said self-will, right? This is your self-will. So if I said, here's the real deal, is that this trap is so big and so cunning and so baffling and so powerful, you could never find. You're stuck in that. That's the real trap. And this is the trap of self-will run riot. So, see, most of us think if we get to our essence, who it was you this morning, right? My essence is sweetness and light, isn't it? Wasn't that you that was saying that?
Did I say that?
Oh, that's my essence.
That's your essence, is sweetness and light.
We look alike.
Right? But you get the game, it's like we can't fathom it. Think if I know it, I'll do it. But that's not true. Right? Does anybody know and not do? Right? Okay. And by the same token, you've come up against things where you didn't know. Look, any of you drive, right? You drive your car, right? You don't know how to drive your car. Right? You learn to ride a bike, right? Did you know how to ride a bike? I mean, you could ride a bike, but you didn't know, well, I move my bones like this and I flex my muscles like, you don't know how you do it. If we ask you, if you're, 10 years old, you probably explain, but you don't know how you ride. Right? But we got those two things, but then I say that's just that's the display, that's the screen where your, computer projects stuff. But we get over here and we say, okay, I am myself. Okay? And myself is a torment between what I think I ought to be and what I'm afraid I am. Right? How I should be and how I am. And right? I don't want anyone to think I'm poor, so I'd like to be not poor. Well, what does that mean? That means I don't have to think about money. Okay, let me not think about money. Let me try buying a house and raise kids and have a business and don't think about money. It's absolutely ludicrous. It's crazy. It's insane. But that was my ideal. So now you get over and you see it's hopeless. Right? You're not going to start willing only good stuff because everything's connected. So will any good thing you dream of and now just add in the opposite. Right? And that's, right? You're not going to have a front of the hand without a back of the hand. Right? You're not going to have an up without a down. You're not going to have what you want to be without what you don't want to be. And just think what it means. Willing, right? Like Nietzsche said, the will, right? So just think, the first thing about willing is you can't have what you want. Because if you have it, the will's got no game. Right? The will can only operate when you don't have what you want. So the first requirement of willing is that you want, and the wanting is you don't have, but you play that I'm going to get, and you imagine that when you get it, you're going to be so happy, but then you got a big jug of opioids, right? A lifetime supply. You're going to be happy? No fucking way. It's like this, that's a delusion. And so this whole trap, be anything you want to be, do anything you want to do, and have anything you want to have, you're still in the trap. The whole game is in a trap. How's that sound? I mean, is that horrible, or, can you right? Right, but no, wait. So our disease is cunning, baffling, and power on every level. We have a spiritual disease. There's no answer over there. Be anything you want to be. But if you could get it, if you could pry your mind off your body and kind of begin how many tricks you play there, but then you say, okay, to hell with it, I'll go into my pain, let me see the truth. So the truth is I'm pretending, I'm hiding something, right? But if you could go through all of this, which we've done, then something begins to be possible, see? Instead of, so if you think with yourself, your options are, you can assert yourself, you can project yourself into doing, you can do you. But if I do me, I'm going to be poor. Do you see? Right? But what can I do? I can do me. What does that mean? It means I'm poor. And I'm hoping it's like, your mind isn't going to figure that one out, and it doesn't matter what you do, because you're not in charge of what you do anyway. Like when you're driving the car, your mind isn't, you're not doing what you think you're doing. If I'm not driving the car, I don't know where my wife went, but I hallucinate. I mean, it takes me no time at all. If she's driving and I'm in the passenger, everybody is gonna attack us. I mean, they're gonna jump on us, they're gonna run into us. It's like absurd and dangerous, right? So I say, wow, myself is a madman. But we made a decision. See, we admitted we were powerless over worrying, over being. Admitted we were powerless over being, anything at all. Because anything you want to be is going to be divided into what you want to be and what you don't want to be. It's a trap. It's a trap. But ordinarily, and we're so enrolled in ourself, right? And it's amazing. The word self, it's like a pronoun, but it really is like a sentence in which the object of the sentence is the same as the subject of the sentence, right? So it's me referencing myself, and I may not be much, but I'm all I think about, and all I talk about, and all I do, and all I do. So the thing that it takes somebody has to tell us is we made a decision to turn our will and our life over to, now look, I don't know what anybody hears about this, but if I say, I'm happy, I'm at peace now, but I'm a hopeless case. I'm not looking to me. If I'm looking to me, I'm worried. You see, I'm figuring out I'm going to go broke. But this is the amazing, amazing, amazing thing that all the spiritual traditions through all time are trying to tell us, go beyond the self. If you read the Bhagavad Gita, it talks about these three things, they call it the guna. But it's this, like be, do, have, right? Sattva, which is beingness, and Rajas, which is action. Raja, by the way, Raja is the king, right? The Roy is the king. Okay, my name is Jim Roy, I'm the king. But it's the same, the ruler, right? But it's just that, sort of like the doer of the deed, right? So, Sattva, Rajas, Tamas is like this nasty, dark, thick, cloudy energy that is pessimistic, and, right? So there's no, but they say, go beyond the gunas. They're saying go beyond the natural world. Not only go beyond existence, I mean, this is baffling, isn't it? Not only go beyond existence, go beyond being. There's something beyond being, right? What's beyond being? Well, how could I know? But I could say if you surrender yourself to what's beyond being, then what's beyond being will run yourself. So if I say, I really have a lot of confidence now that the money will show up. I mean, for years. I mean, it's like, took me decades. I could actually hear fear of people and economic insecurity will lead me, right? I will intuitively, call it intuition, right? It's like, I don't have to know, I don't have to figure it out. Your mind is a very poor, right? It means you're already kind of busted and broke or whatever. But if you see, this is a universal model. This isn't just you or me or we alcoholics or we addicts. It's humanity. The Buddhists agree, the Hindus agree, the Tantrists agree, the Course in Miracles agrees, it's, Ken Wilber agrees, I don't know, it's like Heidegger agrees, Kierkegaard certainly agrees, because he showed me exactly a model. You read this great book called The Sickness Unto Death. It seems to be somber and dark, but it's amazing. But if you just say, see, if you have time to be, or if you have eternity, or if you have time, right? So you surrender your time, you enter eternity, and in eternity you say, like, I'm just tormenting myself, right? But now I hear tell there's something beyond me. Can you imagine there's something beyond me? Whoever would have imagined there's something beyond me? Right? And that I should surrender myself to something beyond me, there's something beyond me. But reason can't get at it, and action can't get at it, and even being can't get at it because it's beyond being. But all the mystical schools and teachings tell us there's something beyond being. And I didn't even know I was being. I thought I was me and my brain and my body, But there's something, and so that's, you might say, say the word medicate and the word meditate have the same root. And it simply means to take appropriate measure. But supposing an appropriate measure is to surrender yourself completely. How's that? See, so, and how do you do that? You say, I surrender myself completely, right? There's not any, it's too simple. You know, we say, God, I offer myself to thee. But pay attention. This is your word. This isn't some stupid little habit or a, you know, what do you call it, a pacifier. It's an action in language. I surrender myself. We made a decision to turn our will and our life over to the care of God as we understood. Did that enrich what you already know? Do you see? Like, we all kind of know this. It's not, but we don't really get it. And we think, you mean if I have time to worry, if I have time to do anything, but let me spend some time. It doesn't even take much time, a few minutes in the morning and a few minutes at night. Say, God, I offer myself to thee. Or if you're scared, and like when Robin was pregnant, I was like, I said it all the time, because if I didn't, I'd worry. But when you're saying, God, I offer myself to thee, build with me and do with me as thou wilt, in the time that you're saying those words, you're not worrying, because your mind is linear. See, it's a one thing at a time model, right? So if I say, you know, maybe we could say your being, the biggest thing of your being is dualistic, right? And then they say the beyond is non-dual. Probably heard those words, but they're coming more and more, like we're beginning to pick up this old vocabulary. We say non-dual, right? This is completely dualistic, right or wrong. Right? This is maybe like present and absent, right? But this is like being, which you can't say a lot about it, but there it is. You can see it. I'm being poor. I'm being stupid. I'm being fat. I'm being alone. Huge, huge. Like, and then we cover it up and we join clubs and we surround ourselves with other beings to cover up that we're lonely and that we feel we're like. I mean, the philosophers with who were ontologically not included. So if you imagine there's something beyond me, I hope the hell there is. And the solution is to surrender myself. I mean, at least that's my solution. And there's, you know, it's growing. If you look, where are we headed, right? I hope we're not headed, you know, back to self-improvement or, you know, we're like,
Don't mind me.
okay, we'll include you, right? So tell me, what are you hearing? Because this is, I mean, it's very good. Your question right on, right? You see, we don't do anything with you except surrender you. That's all we got to do. We don't got to solve all those problems. Say, wait a minute. God, I offer myself. So now it's not my job anymore. And I just be with whatever is here. You know, whatever's here. And it's just words, sensations, or perceptions, or feelings, or thoughts. Oh, I'm thinking the thought that I'm going to go broke. Am I broke? Do I have enough for today? I haven't had enough for today. But I want to worry about tomorrow, you see, and next month and next year when I got to pay something, you know. But imagine, see, we keep putting ourselves in charge. So I say now, the last thing I want is me in charge of my life. Now, it's up to you. You don't have to say that, but I imagine you don't even think about it. You're just asserting yourself. That's how we are. It's, you know, it's like, wait a minute. I mean, I don't have to assert myself, and I don't have to improve myself. I don't have to fix myself. I don't even need help. I need mercy. See? I need grace. And grace is when you unforget yourself. You say, oh, wait, I'm just here. Maybe I'm just here making up all these problems, or maybe I'm God. Words break down. But I know that I can say, God, I offer myself to thee. Or you know, my creator. I'm now released to have all of me, good and bad, you see? Because I thought I was a bunch of bad stuff and I'm trying to get me to be good, but that doesn't work either, do you see? If we give up all the worry and get you to be only the opposite, by being the opposite, we brought the worry right back. But if you say, I'm now willing, you should have all of me, good and bad, right? And then see what happens, right? And if you sustain that, and my experience is, it comes back, but you always have to start. So you wake up every morning and you're in, like I say, you're an addict. Your mind is running away with you. And it's going to tomorrow morning when you wake up, right? Tomorrow morning, your mind will have a little model in itself. And you think about that workshop you did yesterday, and you'll have a perfect concept of whatever we did, right? But that isn't what makes a difference. What makes a difference is, are you in charge or are you surrendering yourself? And I say to myself, the only reason God gave us the self is so we'd have something to surrender. Now what does you hear? Useful, applicable, too off the wall?
Headed in the right direction.
So this is what comes to mind as I listen to you. Because I go to two places. One of them is I watch animals and I watch plants, I watch trees, and they're just there and in all their splendor. And then I can also go to this other place where I see myself like miniature as in outer space, something. So then my life becomes like, what am I doing here? What is my life supposed to be? You know, and then I'm facing the typical things that were told to me that were important. I need to be productive, I need to be making money, I need to be doing this.
Who told you that?
Huh?
Who told you that?
Well, society.
I know, it is. It's
yeah.
exactly. You got that just by being born here. But you could have been born in Russia or,
No,
right?
I was where I was born.
Okay,
It was
so you didn't make that up,
No.
right? That's not you. It's not you, right? See, when I got it, I believe, when I really distilled it, I believe that providing for a family is a burden and struggle for the man. And it really was useful. That's when I, started reading the Bible. And it's only 4 pages, that whole thing about that I was Adam and Eve. Not even 4 pages, right? So it's not, but it's 4 pages that it's stunning. If you actually take it in, are you kidding me? This is amazing. If you take each word and imagine, what did she think here? What did he think here? What's going on? So, when I distill, I say, okay, here I am. And do with me what you will. I believe providing for the family is a burden and struggle for the man, right? So I say, well, okay, that seems to be my word, but I don't remember making that up. It does seem, okay, I could get it just by being in this culture, by inheriting these legends, this is what I would believe. Just like every other man, husband, father in the world who's struggling to provide for a family, or mother, right? We struggle, right? So I said, supposing that I say, wait a minute, am I committed to providing for the family the burden and struggle for the man? No. I mean, in an automated way, I seem to, because it's like a default mode, right? So, okay, I seem to be willing it because I see it all around me and I live like that's true, right? But is it necessarily true? No, nothing's necessarily true here. None of this is necessarily true. We don't know it's true like that. But if I just get back here, supposing, you know, if I keep reading the Bible, there's a place where it says, you know, in the beginning is the Word, right? Now, we never get to the beginning. If in that way, it'd be just like beginning, middle, and end. But we don't begin, we continue. Right? So, you know, Daddy struggled and drank and got angry and suffered, and, right? And I tried to not do that. So as a hippie, that was good. I could go do that. But it came back, and especially when I became a father, then it was like these deep, deep, deep laws and rules grabbed me. So now I have to live this out. So I said, okay, but that's not me. That's like the old rules. So if I had something to say, would I say that? Of course not. Nobody would say, I want to suffer, I want to be miserable, that's what a family is. That's what I thought, well, what would I say if I was new? And the word new and the word now is the same word. So new is now. But we never get here. We're always, like I said, we never begin, we always continue. You get up in the morning, you don't begin this day, you continue the time-space continuum in which you were. Right? But if you could say, wait a minute, this is the beginning. What do I want to begin? The simpler it gets, the harder it is to get there. But what would I begin? So I said, and I'm grateful. I feel like there was a gun at my head. And you know, they say the thought of death concentrates the mind wondrously. So it just squeezed all extraneous bull junk out of the way. Like, okay, if I had something to say, what would I say? I wouldn't say providing for the family of the burden. But I owned what I was continuing, providing for the family, the burden, the struggle, and then I let it go. I surrendered it, right? And now I have a new freedom. Well, what do I want to say? I said, and this, when it came to me, it was instantaneously comforting. It said, providing for the family is a source of strength and inspiration for the man. Because I could see, even if I won the struggle, I could be on my deathbed, and Robin and Soren and Ryan could come, and they could say, oh, Dad, thanks for struggling with the burden of providing. Would I feel wonderful? No, I'd be disgusted, right? But if they came and said, Dad, I hope you enjoy it, I said, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed every second of it. I enjoyed every minute of it. I enjoyed the humiliation and but it was the whole thing, right? It's ennobling. And I can say, despite my continuous readiness to go back to the set point of it doesn't work, you know, all that stuff, over and over and steadier and mightier is this sense of, wow, it's true. My truth is providing. So I didn't struggle. I was afraid I was going to struggle, but the struggle never got here now. So if I got here now, there was no struggle. What's the struggle? What's the worry? Right? What if you just for 5 minutes you don't have to worry, right? You don't have to worry for a minute. 30 seconds, you don't have to worry. Give yourself a break for the next 10 seconds. You don't have to worry. You could just be peaceful. And if you could get 5 seconds, then you could get 6, right? And it grows on you. It really, 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 really grows. And you could say something that would inspire you, you know? Like, I'm inspired if I say providing for the family. And I think of all the providers, and it's not, I'm a man, so, but, you know, like, wow. So I had to make peace with my father, which is a great segue into our topic, see? So if I say, wait a minute, what was in the way? Well, my program told me that I'm resentful, right? Not that I should or shouldn't be resentful, too late. It told me I am resentful. So I'm saying, what does that mean? And, you know, I'm a philosopher. I got a head full of, you can't believe the junk in a philosopher's head. It's crazy. But hardly anybody says anything about resentment. The only person that I knew of that I could remember them saying anything specific, well, with 2 people, Soren Kierkegaard and Friedrich Nietzsche, right? And so Nietzsche said, mankind is the resentful being par excellence. Right? Well, that was interesting when I was
Resentful
sitting there with a
being
gun
what,
in my
sorry?
head.
He's the resentful being what?
Yeah, is the resentful being par excellence. So the highest example of a resentful being, right? Maybe squirrels are kind of resentful, but, man is the resentful being par excellence. And then I started paying attention because I'm going to AA meeting. I want to find out about, because if resentment is the source of all forms of spiritual disease, I want to know what's resentment. And this, like another whole amazing study opened up. What is resentment? Well, something I wouldn't want to be. Well, it's too late. I'm resentful. You see? So if you could just imagine for the next hour or so that we all accept that we're simply are resentful, right? If you're a human being, you're resentful. And if you're in a relationship with somebody, if you have a parent or a child or a spouse or whatever relationship, well, you could, let's just imagine a world in which they're also resentful. Very different from our current world, right? Right, but you see, like, so imagine we're all simply resentful. Okay, so then I'm listening to Nietzsche, and he said, resentment is the narcotic. We cannot help desiring to deaden pain of any kind. Okay? And he went further. He said, the desire of resentment is to deaden a tormenting secret pain that is becoming unendurable. And to drive it out of consciousness, at least for the moment. And for that, one requires an intense emotion. As savage an emotion as possible. And in order to excite that, any pretense at all. So, all I had to do is think of my father. But I didn't have to think of my father because my father died years and years before. But my father-in-law was absolute stand-in. Now, if you notice, when you leave home, you go and you're attracted to people that you can relate with in the same structural way that you related to the people you grew up with. You simply took over their modes of being, their resentments, and then you found new people to project them onto. So if I said my wife was my father, her father was my father, every girlfriend I ever had was my father, and they were the reason I wasn't happy. And my program said resentment is the source of all forms of spiritual disease. That's an amazing statement. And if the two leading thinkers of postmodern, philosophy kind of said exactly the same thing, it got to be interesting. So Nietzsche said we became dreadfully eager and inventive in discovering occasions for painful, intense emotions. I'm substituting word. We became dreadfully eager and inventive in discovering occasions for painful affects. We scoured the entrails of our past and present, for obscure and questionable occurrences that offered us the opportunity to revel in tormenting suspicions. We tear open our oldest wounds. We bleed from long-healed scars, and we make evildoers out of friends, wives, children, bosses, and whoever else stands closest to us. I suffer, someone must be to blame. Thus thinks every sickly sheep. So, that gave me a model. I'm resentful. You see? Beyond hope. I'm resentful. I'm resentful. Am I to blame for my suffering? No. My father, my father-in-law, my wife, my kids, my stubborn son, right? It's like, that's why I'm unhappy. Or, my problem is that I'm resentful. Well, I gotta go fix a lot of people if it isn't me, but if it is me, how convenient. Right? Here it is. I'm resentful means I'm blaming you for my pain. So, supposing we do an exercise, what if everybody gets a partner and just says to your partner, I want you to just think, so if I said, okay, I'm gonna look at my, my relation, just pick the hottest resentments you got, right? Especially the ones you're most right about. But just, think there's my father, my father-in-law, this girlfriend, that girlfriend, that girlfriend, that girlfriend, that girlfriend, and my wife, right? Like, just say, okay. So I'm going to say, what I found is, you do not have many resentments. You have very few, and you project them on a lot of people. And the deal is, you're using this story, this resentment story, to, hide from your responsibility for being in pain. The desire is to deaden a tormenting secret pain. What's my tormenting secret pain? That I'm eternally damned? That I'm stuck with somebody who isn't going to live up to my standards? You have a story explaining why you're in pain. But my program said, pain is the touchstone of all spiritual growth. So you can see where this gets very dense, but it comes together at these issues. Resentment is a way of escaping responsibility for pain. Pain is the touchstone of all spiritual growth. The word pain means atonement, at one-ment. It's the place where everything comes together. Me and my father and my father-in-law and my wife and that girlfriend, right, and my child, my other one, right? Everything comes to be at one. All existence comes to be whole and integrity is restored, right? But I just need to give up this constant effort to explain away how come my life doesn't work. My life doesn't work. Right? I have no integrity, my life doesn't work. Well, let's start cleaning it up. Right? We got the steps in the program. We have steps, but we clean up our lives. We look at our lives, we do a fearless and searching moral inventory. And the more fearless and more searching you are, the more you can see, it's all me. My suffering is all me. Not like I'm to blame, but I want to clean things up and get my life to work. And I can report, it really does. But it's a huge, big thing. It's huge, right? You get sober, it's not a little thing to clean up your life. And you make some headway, you want to take a break, don't you? Don't you deserve a break today?
A cookie.
A cookie, exactly, yeah, or a biscuit at least, something. So, a little social media time. Let me listen to MSNBC or Fox 5, whatever the hell, something. So, if you get a partner and just tell your partner what is your main resentment in life. Right? Is there anybody that doesn't know the main resentment? You don't know? Okay. What's the story?
Well, I don't know. I feel like more so than resenting other people, I turn it all inwards.
Well, let's say, so with the disease of self-centered fear and resentment, or say guilt.
I have a lot of guilt.
Okay. Truth is, it's probably, I'm such an alcoholic, I push it to the, I'm resentful. But the other side, and I think this is the Al-Anon side, I'm guilty, right? I'm the reason he's drinking or they're mad or whatever. I'm the reason my father's mad.
I think at this point in my life, that is more of an immediate response to things rather than this person's.
Okay, good. And so, what's the example? Towards whom are you most guilty?
Anybody I'm in a relationship with.
But tell me in terms of your mother or your father, who you're most guilty with.
Probably my mother. I think.
What a convenient workshop you got.
Yeah, I think like having to take care of me and like all the like I do think that I feel like shame and guilt even as a kid, like whether it's like if I didn't clean my room and then my mom had to clean my room or something, and then it's like there's like anger, it's like, well, I wouldn't feel this shame if you didn't care about it being clean, then I wouldn't feel shame. But then right, like I said, like when I was younger, I think I was more of like a resentment type person. And as I get older, it feels more.
I can get that. Now, if you, would it be okay, was it too much, or if you did an exercise with your mother? Like to begin a conversation, we're not trying to finish it, but supposing you could just like let go of that, right? And see, I mean, she's got her own suffering, which she feels guilty about, right? But you're not the cause of her suffering. That's one thing we learned. She's not the cause of my suffering, and I'm not the cause of hers. But we're here like, okay, we will each take responsibility, and sometimes we have to support each other in getting there, right? So you're not the cause of her pain. Can you at least accept that as a premise?
Yeah.
Okay, and she has pain that very easily is understood in terms of, well, look what you did, right? But you can just let go with that. We can agree to let go with that. Like, I'm not the cause of her pain, and I didn't cause my father to be angry, right? And he was angry.
I mean, and I feel like in our relationship, for the most part, we have let go of it. Like I don't feel, like I said, like I don't feel this shame or resentment living on now between me and my mother, but I do see it in other places.
Scout. Like
Right. Well,
scout.
just definitely within relationships, I always feel guilty. Like and that's a newer thing in my life. But it's like, whereas again, it used to be that I was right, they were wrong, and like they were holding me back from whatever it is. Now it's like, I mean, it's like that and guilt on top of it, I guess.
Okay.
It's like that, and then I feel guilt for feeling it.
Okay, but I think you're doing good about the resentment. I really do. I can hear. I've seen you grow over you. I think so. Like, let's say, either who says, you know, well, resentment doesn't get it, but guilt does. Okay.
I've got both.
Okay, and I think they turn into each other. But if we just say, okay, there's something, but in general, either of them is a false account of my suffering. So for me, I mean, I feel like we're getting so down into the belly button of life, it's kind of hard to see how these things all fit together, because they do fit together perfectly. But I was sitting in our living room on Varick Street, and I'm drinking a beer and smoking a cigarette, and I think I just finished a joint, and I'm reading this philosopher, and he says, the measure of the soul's greatness, right? So it's size, which is how much life can you hold, right? The measure of the soul's greatness is a function of its capacity to achieve the flaming vision by which the soul becomes at home in pain. Something happened, like, wow, I think my whole life is about avoiding pain. That's why I drank that beer, that's why I smoked that cigarette, that's why I smoked that joint, that's why I blame my wife, that's why I'm afraid about money, because I don't want any pain in my pristine, pure, sacrosanct, existence. But when I say, wow, all of a sudden I could get interested in my pain, and then I could see I don't need the explanation for my pain. In fact, what if I'm really just, exist at one, exist at one, exist at one, right? Apart at one, apartment at one-ment, apartment at one-ment. You see? It all comes together, and I'm saying the best word I know of for where it comes together is pain. And that's what we're all trying to get away from. You see? So to say, okay, but you got a story about why it's not working. And I will say, I don't know, like resentment, guilt. I don't care whichever one gets you there, right? But if you say, but the truth is, my story about how come I'm suffering. But the Buddha, you know, he said life is suffering. So are you in life? Then you're in suffering, right? And he said, so then people said, well, what do we do about it? Well, he had a beautiful, you know, the word compassion is very deeply associated with the Buddhist tradition. But passion means suffer. And calm means together. So, see, here we are suffering together today. Suffering openly and honestly, and, you know, here we are suffering together. Oh. Is that, you get it? Like, right? And it is dense, right? It just, everything starts coming together. But see, if we can get this, and then we can like help, you know, our relationships, our sponsees, you know, so it begins being a clearing for this pain that people don't know how to talk about, and letting go of these attitudes and like, who's to blame, right? Well, there's no blame, no blame, no guilt, no shit, right? So I don't need to point the finger, or I don't need to, you know, blame myself. That's great. Blame means blaspheme. Blaspheme means speak evil. So I don't need to, you know, expectorate evil, you know. Right? So, whether you do guilt or resentment, that'll be the guilt table.
What'd you say guilt is, Jim? Guilt?
Guilt is like saying it's my fault. Resentment is just saying it's your fault. Right? Either way, it's an interpretation about why you're suffering. I'm suffering because I did something wrong. I'm suffering because they're hurting me. Right? The word guilt is deeply related to the word should. Which I want should on myself today. Right? So what I want is if you can get a grip that you have a fundamental story about your suffering. Whether it's your kids, your husband, your wife, your boss, but you have and you start looking, right? If I say this, if I have a certain feeling stuck, it's like somebody is playing the role of my father, and I'm trying to project it so that I turn out to be their victim. And I never win that. I never win that battle. But if I could turn it around and say, wait a minute, I'm making them wrong. I made my father wrong. I made my father-in-law wrong. I made my wife wrong. What if I give up? What if I own? First I gotta own. I make people wrong. Right? You get near me, I'll make you wrong. And I don't have to do that. So I begin to be free. Say, wait a minute. You're not wrong. You're not hurting me. And I can be honest about my pain. And I can give up that I'm hurting you. And so we can be together. And I think that's compassion. We can suffer together. You're suffering and I'm suffering, and here we're suffering together, and that's compassion. How wonderful. Is that right? So if you everybody have a partner? Jennifer, you got a partner?
You in this?
If it's
Okay,
an odd
good.
number, I will do, but I'm not.
I'll keep
The,
going.
Something now. Is there an odd number?
Hi, how are you?
Okay, so wait, so you're just going to say to each other, say, who are you? You're my father, you're my mother.
But I don't understand that.
And just look, you'll see, it always comes down, right? That you could have others, you could have an older sibling. But you got very few resentments. You project the same worn out resentment on a lot of people. And so if you can get at the resentment itself, like when I first had a break with my father-in-law, it's like every man in the world got better overnight. Just bingo. Right? They come back. But, you know, so what we want is that you can own for one instant, one moment. You don't got to do it forever, but for one moment you can own. Just play with that. You can totally disown this later. But say, I am resentful or I am guilty. Mea culpa. That's Catholic, mea maxima culpa, right? Through my fault, through my most grievous fault, right? But whether it's your fault or their fault, it really doesn't matter. There's no fault. So if you just, right, say who you are and how I make you wrong or how I'm guilty. And
Wait, we're telling each other about the resentment, right?
yeah, yeah. So who is she gonna be for you?
Oh, I see, she's gonna play the role of.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I don't know, I guess I have to decide now.
And then wait, what does she do? I'm confused.
Right, but all you're gonna do is tell them. It doesn't even matter, don't make it a big thing. You're just gonna
Okay.
tell them,
Like you are my father.
yeah, you're my father and I resent you.
I was a
And my story is you didn't support me,
Oh,
you
okay,
didn't,
yeah.
right?
So I'll make her my brother.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. Any significant resentment will be worthwhile, okay? And then we'll, so just go for it and then we'll check in a few
It's like
minutes.
another thing, I think it's harder to see it when you play yourself.
All right, so you wanna go first or?
Two
main reasons.
Right, I mean, like the only resemblance is like what I do feel like plays out like
Father,
like this feeling of
It's like,
like you really
Movies, I'm a big movie.
My mom
like
and I
you
resent
try
you
moving into my life.
I didn't see it.
Okay.
It's like now
Anyway, it's a poem about
and
it.
like
I guess my father,
and
since he was my heir,
You're my
Isn't
brother.
My brother.
isn't done out of
neglected,
Because.
like
and
genuine.
She was okay,
right,
right?
and I just felt angry.
It's guilt.
Right,
I just
right.
understand, right?
Even though I understand now
Unexpected
more about it.
Because
And I was married.
alleviate you of that guilt, and whenever I do, and then I'm put on
Married
the
for
spot.
16 years.
Then it's suddenly like
Might
the door was
have met somebody.
Right.
But it was at the point where years leading up to
Because that I do
it was only a matter of time before
Right.
one of us
My
was
brother,
married. So,
Joe.
as soon as my son turned 16,
I don't think we've ever represented it.
Sobriety,
But then
and her,
and I was the one that
connection where
would come up to his friend's house or fly him back from college to come home or give him a house, make sure he was okay.
and
And she was off doing
one of
whatever
the
she
things
was
is my daughter,
doing.
my
So
stepdaughter,
not
I met my
dealing,
ex-wife, she was
I pay
pregnant
more
with
attention to
Jackie.
you than I do to you.
And
Like all that
and I
nexus
met her
that,
and
that,
so,
I did.
I had to do her caretaker, her out, so, I guess, I get resentful sometimes because of my own actions too, because
like I make sure everyone is okay before myself.
and
Like I'm the caretaker.
wasn't able to express love to give. Not that I was, but I still kind of resent her, I think, the way I think.
But I put myself in a situation.
yeah,
If she did it, it would have made me different, which
Just say it.
it wouldn't have made a difference, I just want to say, so.
Always had it easier.
They're my two biggest resentments, and I've worked on it a lot on steps and Thursday, my daughter's house. Yeah, because I'm social, and she's the mother of the I don't see my children, she's meant so it's our children. So, and I always put that aside. I always,
world,
Right.
and I said,
I don't want to punish people, I gotta
Right.
punish myself enough, that's what I'm trying to work on.
Right,
So,
right, it sounds like you have a lot of the guilt aspect of that also.
yeah, I do, which is interesting, because I mean,
I feel like it's always that
always felt
making me
that.
go.
I don't see anybody
Because I feel like I lost
it
out.
was that there in shame. I think people were
My
criticized.
life,
yeah.
making sure my brother didn't
I'm just starting, I mean, I want to into a relationship.
whatever it was.
So I kind of know that it's
I
not
stepped
to deal with
back on
that.
her. Right.
This will be my life.
Just
North side.
Right.
Come along with it.
Right.
And, it's okay, I got it.
Yeah.
So that's enough for me.
No,
So the pain's coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like the guilt for
Should, but anyway.
No, she's owned up, well, she's owned up to what
Which
she's
is
owned
okay,
up.
but now
But
the
there's
feelings
still
are
that
coming back.
total
But I'm acknowledging.
day.
Which is good.
So, still,
Certain things that you remember. Yeah.
Almost
It's just good, so.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's
I got
great.
it.
I mean, I have this, like, my father
Right, I
is
think, well,
still
'cause
alive,
again, like, I
he's
think,
an alcoholic,
like,
and
later in my life, I would,
it's funny
as
because
I picked up on
he
these
left like when I
patterns,
was 2 years old, I only got
because I do
divorced.
remember
They're both
even,
from Houston Bay, they're both from Brooklyn, and then
like,
I moved down to
realizing the
Florida.
connection between
And
that
he
dynamic
actually also did, but on the other side of the coast,
and
he's
then
always a
realizing
part of my
how
life
he
in
used
like
to
a
scout,
bro,
you know, it's like
a
just like,
dude way.
how's your day?
You know?
Like, question, like, how's your day,
He
or
loves
what did
Bruce
you do, you know, like,
Springsteen,
that
goes to
question.
blogs, you know, like that's our
Anybody, when they ask, it feels so
he
loaded.
doesn't support
as
me.
far as the question. I don't really want
I
to.
never have had resentment towards him my whole life.
Never?
I love Dad. He's cool. He's so cool.
Daddy, yeah.
Yeah, he's so cool. He buys me
Right,
beer.
yeah.
He's into rock and roll. He does what he wants.
Yeah.
He takes trips across the country. You know.
Not just like that, but
And
then
I always resented Mom. Like Mom, that does
I think
everything
that's what
for
they're doing,
me.
to cover up that, those feelings.
Yeah,
of,
she's
like,
still my turn now.
guilt.
Um,
Just hoarding that.
Maybe I did.
Right, you know, I can see as I'm getting older.
I don't know.
He's not just about things I don't just say that, so I resent that. Very.
But you know what makes me feel, you know, like,
She comes up very.
like that's just how it makes me feel.
And Josh started with father was an alcoholic, so now we're able to caretaker to the country. The more he tries to take care of me, the more that like, you know, like he's like, ugh. She was like, oh, it's because I don't feel resentment. I'm like,
And that's why, like, I feel like I don't really trust myself now, it's like, my feelings for
right?
stuff
So
is just like,
I'll
I
notice
know I
that.
have the capability
Not
of
so
like
much
having these
with my
resentments, I'm just going
relationship
out
with
on
husband,
people.
but like my friends, like if we're gonna do something together,
Like, right,
we
like,
like have a plan.
I see them and I know I can
organize
help them,
like an artist,
surefire
and
way
then
to like.
if they show one side of me that's like, oh, I can't make rehearsal today, oh, I totally forgot about her, I can't, but I did. They're like dead to me, like I'm like, you are so irresponsible, and now I'm realizing my dad's irresponsible. 24 years old, and it's real time. My dad's really responsible, and like, yeah, I can't trust him, you know, so there it goes.
We protect ourselves, like you said. Inside the
You may have a new holiday.
Like, I can feel like you guys like, didn't actually hear that.
Oh, yeah.
brings up bad feelings, like you said.
Something in my life, or like,
Then again, it came back to you, like, you trust yourself.
And it's
It's
exhausting.
a double whammy.
Right. Sure. It's hard.
that always.
Yeah, it's not easy, but like you say, awareness is,
More about.
that's awesome about it, brings that, realizing that. And then it's like you start thinking, your dad's this and that, but you understand more. To me, yeah, it sounds like you have feeling for your mom a little bit.
Right, maybe that whole time I haven't even realized I've just been.
Yeah, well, this is your mother, I mean, my mother, my father, they said she had shit and everything. She didn't take us very well. My dad was
It's
out
like once I
working and
realize
lost a
that,
job.
like I'm not in control of this resentment,
Free shit.
it's like, alright, well, then the guilt just like my mom.
She had a nervous breakdown? Yeah.
Yeah.
And no one was helping her, she's looking around her whole world.
Or the resentment, I mean, but I get,
So, I get that, and my mom was strong, she raised us, but again, when it came to things like that, I got to young age, she became really needy. She wanted everything. Freaked me out.
Yeah.
But like, it was never enough, like, I would take her, you know, I'd go down my dad's nursing home, and she died 8 months ago, and I'd say, I want to tell him, she's okay, and give me 2 donuts. And then like, I'd get there, she's, can you go get me that? And like, it freaked me out. She knew it, but I would tell her no.
Okay, take another minute.
But I get it. No attention to it. Yeah, I get it. She was amazing. I was like, she never got it.
Right.
Her mother.
And neither did my mom.
Yeah, so like,
Begging for my
yeah, and like, I'm like,
no, I get it.
you're the adult. I need it, I want, you know, so, but I think that's where I maybe need to put some trust that, you know, people can't give what they don't have, but still, it's a struggle. But I'm a little now, but I feel like sometimes I'm a little boy inside the man's body crying, but that's okay. Yeah, and that's okay. Like Jim's up and realize, you know, it's the problem. Remember that 63, doesn't mean nothing, that's over 30 years. Yeah, but it's, I'm still clueless, but I still feel like I do. I just like to say, that's awesome about your awareness too. Freedom. I don't blame anybody. That's a I like what you said before, that, I mean, you've gone each way. Well, I have excuses not to do what I'm doing, whether it's like an ex-girlfriend or spouse or another, when the second voice is popping out, like in this way.
I mean, I'm not on purpose, I would just like.
I think that's where I'm at, like I just like I'll like you know, and I'll go to say it out loud, like, oh, why do you? And I'm like, oh, well, it doesn't even matter who that person is. I'm gonna just that story is gonna just be recurring. And it's you know. So and then his son, his husband, so much knowledge, you know. So sometimes I get like, without hearing his solution, but it's
without a doubt. I don't want to be in the age of when you're working on the steps and then go, that's what he knows. Yeah, and that's okay. That's what I have with you being codependent. Like if you started telling me stuff about, you know, if you were starting complaining, I don't want to get you in a situation. I don't want to say, listen, hang in there, you'll be okay. Like, because if you're not feeling okay, you know, I used to do a lot of ex-wife, everything's always, I was like a cheerleader. It's tiring in some way. Everyone wants to be angry, as long as it's not violent. I get upset, I get rocked in my ego. Start trying to run the show. Yeah, and that's another thing I need to be around people that they keep the mirror in front of their face. And they
I'm just saying,
you can talk with them.
Yeah, no, definitely. I really should do Al-Anon. I've done it a couple of
I go down that. I've been home for 30 years there.
Yeah, I really, like I know, I fell into things over right a few months before, but I wasn't able to, and it was just kind of a miracle because like I felt like it was time for me. I once said I'm an anomaly because if you look at my history, you know, you're just like, you shouldn't be in the program, and I don't know why, like, I don't resist it, I just feel like I don't need it, you know, or something, you know, but, yeah, you know, but I interestingly enough, even in my work environment, there's a couple of women that over the class have been working in the school for the last couple of years, and we run an intensive summer camp program, and that's when we kind of get more comfortable with each other, and I found 3 of them are on Zoom, and we are, so I can already tell because I'm so similar with them, and that this is what they're going through. I need to I just need to, you know.
My sisters don't go, I mean, it just helps. Like, codependency is more, it's just,
sometimes for myself, I've seen it with like friends.
like they say, heavy burden.
Somebody who,
I've heard so many good things that, you know, like codependence, so lovely to death. And I get that, but for some reason, my sister doesn't go, but I go, and I like the polyness. One of their sayings,
like people who
my business, my business, none of my business, but
kind of
it's just a great program.
Right,
A lot of,
yeah.
I go to spirituality.
like you said, always complaining or always judging other people, but they seem to always kind of getting what they're doing well.
Like I always say, like these people, to me, it's any impact.
Right.
You don't get your way. You think they do, like, you know, but I've been affected. You know, like I said, I think you didn't change over.
That's what you're getting now.
So I just have to change the course.
Awesome, right? And it's the beginning of how can I create. Like when my father-in-law died, right after disaster upon disaster upon disaster, we acted it out till it was a nightmare. And all of a sudden it turned, right? And it was like, I'm trying to remember now, like it was the last big disaster when he got mad and scared my mother out of his house, like, oh, you know, just a fiasco. And then we came back, we had, you know, we're like, Robin's Jewish and I'm lapsed Catholic, right? But, you know, I used to say all the time, like, he would abuse me every Passover and I would make amends every Yom Kippur. Which is, you know, and it's like, okay. But, and when we came back after this disaster, I'm saying, you know, they were in Florida, right? So we go to Florida and he'd abuse me and come back here and try and make peace. And she's blaming me, right? And it's like, oh, it's hopeless. But I had enough program and I had some sense like, this is what we all get stuck in. We all get stuck in this. So, okay, I give up the right to resent. I give up the right to resent, right? And really, this is good. It's like, say, I went to, we had the fall vacation scheduled. And I was like kind of resisting, put it on my calendar. Well, I didn't want to admit, as soon as I put it on my calendar, my skin started to crawl. The hair stood up, you know, it's like I was filled with resentment and hate. Like, I'm going to submit myself to this asshole's treatment, right? And like, I was like, wait a minute. And I remember going to bed that night and I'm saying to God, you got to help me because I thought I'd clean it all up and it was like, good, but now I see I'm seething with resentment. And I had this night of dreams, and like all of my program friends came to me, and they said, listen, they told me the same thing. It's like, you're upset because you're going on this vacation. The only reason you're going on this vacation is because you don't want to upset Robin. But you're not the cause of, if you go on this vacation, Robin's going to get upset. And if you don't go on this vacation, Robin's going to get upset, right? But you need to set a boundary. You don't need to resent, but you need to set a boundary. And I knew no way except to not go on this vacation. And so I just declaredly and openly didn't go on the vacation. And if I talked to my mother-in-law, I talked to my brother, I talked to crazy Aunt Ruth, I talked to anybody in the family that wanted to talk, right? And I was very upset because nobody had called my mother. They'd done this big fiasco and, you know, nobody paid any attention, so it was like, okay, but I don't get to resent. I can't afford it, right? So so I cleaned it up with everybody that wanted to talk to me, and then I like, okay, I didn't go on the vacation, and I felt like that was totally right. But then it's like, all right, now what am I going to do? Like I'd done some act of civil disobedience, and you know, all right, here I am, I did it, and then I thought, what am I going to do? But it was like, the Rosh Hashanah, the fall holidays, right? So and it's the days of awe, and it comes Yom Kippur, which is Day of Atonement. And I thought, okay, I got to restore. And I had this fantasy in my mind. It's been so clear to me. He's going to call me before Yom Kippur and make an amends. It was my fantasy because I realized he's not thinking of him. He's not going to call me. He's not going to make any amends. So, so I said, okay, contingency plan. If he doesn't call me and make amends, I got to do something. I'll call him. And you know, Yom Kippur, they close the book of life. So, you know, and I studied the tradition. I found not only is it time to make amends, but also express regret. So I thought, okay, if he doesn't call, then and it was total fantasy. I don't know what made me think he'd call. But I'll call him and express regret. And that's what I did. Like just before the last moment, I said, Irv, this is Jim. I just want to call and say it's Yom Kippur and I'm going to close the book of life. And you know what? I want to say I regret that we didn't do better last year. But I don't want to carry it forward, really, you know. And I'm just committed to like starting new. And I don't even know what he said. But I felt a lot better. And so then I don't remember much about what was next until Passover, and we went to Florida again. And it's amazing how, you know, karma and things go around and go around. So it's Passover, we're in their house, and one morning I go into the kitchen, and Stella, my mother-in-law, is sputtering. There's Stella and Irv, right? And Stella's sputtering because their other daughter's fiance. I don't know if he was really engaged at that point or not, but he was supposed to bring his mother over, and they were going to meet the mother. So it was a replay of what had happened a year earlier. And Stella saying, you know, he just called to say that he's not going to bring his mother over because of some softball game. He doesn't have a softball game. You know, he just doesn't want to, you know, us to meet his mother. And then she said, I don't know why he's so hard on us. We were a lot better to him than we ever have been to you. And I'm thinking, whoa, wait a minute, you can't talk. And then Irving stood up from his kitchen table there with the sweetest smile on his face, says, yeah, we never even scared him out of the house. And we laughed. And it was all over for the rest of time. It was over. It was like, and I'm going to just say that, I mean, I had a number of beautiful, I mean, we had a few good years. And the final thing was on Father's Day, the year he died, so 20 years ago. Because he died on my birthday, which is coming up shortly. But I called him to acknowledge him. It was almost dutiful. But I just said, thanks for, you know, being my father-in-law and, you know, being a father figure and being a grandfather. And he said, you know, he said, I want to acknowledge you. He said, it took you a long time to figure out how I work. But you've really done a great job. And you've been a wonderful, see, it was like the thing of, oh, I'm not Jewish, so I'll never make the cut, you know. And he said, you've been a wonderful husband to my daughter, right? And you've been a wonderful father to my grandsons. And I just want to, and to me, I mean, my own story is my last conversation with my father was him telling me how disappointed he was, just seethingly disappointed. So it's like everything was healed. Everything, if I think of my father or my father-in-law or anything, it's like, yeah, they're smiling. They're like, nice. And that was all miraculous. That was not any, I didn't figure anything out, but all those wounds and all that stuff, it all got acted out and it all got healed. And the only thing I can say, because I gave up the right to resent. And I had to own that I'm resentful. So it wasn't a moot point. It was like, I'm seething with resentment, and everyone agrees with me, as everyone always agreed with my father, but that doesn't help me. See, you can get all the agreement there is in life, but you need something from beyond. You need a miracle. You don't need help. You need mercy. And I need mercy, and they need mercy, and we need mercy, right? And like, mercy me. So is that, and I just want to acknowledge you, like I think you're doing, and I look at my kids and I think like, wow, they're so much further down the road than, you know, where we started out. But we got further, way further down the road. My father drank himself to death. And look at, I discovered I was a drunk, and now I got these two sons and they're both sober. Amazing, you know? And the relationships that are available and that I totally am committed that we just have a, because you're beautifully intense and loving and, you know, and like, I just think we completely have no idea what is possible for us here. But I think we better start digging in and finding out, because, I mean, the resentment is cooked up, right? It's like fever pitch. It's all over the world. And like, I think we're at a tipping point. And anyone that has any vision about resentment and giving it up, and just give up the right to resent.
Well, can I just see.
You're gonna correct my story?
Well, I see in our interaction, because I mean, I think we're a little bit in the middle of it, but like Soren's resentment and my guilt lock each other in. Like it really good. We, you know, we're kind of in agreement about it, and we sort of lock each other in. I mean, I don't know.
What are you agreeing on? Something wrong with you?
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, that's what we did.
Right, I mean, kind of like, you know,
He's just like his father.
resentment that I didn't care enough, and my guilt that I didn't care enough.
Do you believe she didn't care enough?
But I mean, I just see that's
Well, it's not.
what's been active. That's all. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that's what has been active in our relationship, that we've had this subtle agreement about it. Like, that's been our agreement.
Okay, would you be willing to give up being guilty of his unhappiness?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of seeing that. I'm kind of seeing that I'm not serving him. I'm not helping the situation by feeling guilty. I'm making it worse. I'm you know, like egging the resentment on, or I'm feeding the resentment.
Yeah.
I'm feeding, my guilt is feeding his resentment. And so I'm not allowing him to get over it, or to, yeah, I'm not.
Well, the way that I felt like it would always come up is that I wasn't allowed to express my love or care in a way that I do it. Instead, it needed to be expressed when and how you needed your guilt to be alleviated. Like I wasn't ever. If you were feeling guilty at the moment and you reached out to me to
Feel better.
to feel better, then I was put on the spot, and it was like what
But I
didn't
just-
know how to respond, and felt that.
So we fed each other. I mean, like.
Okay, but now seeing that, can you be the cause of it? Can you let it go that she had to do that,
Yeah.
right? Now, can you?
I mean, I can let it go with mom. And that's I've seen it come up in other relationships, and even just with friends. With guy friends and girlfriends. Like, I've seen it come up.
So whenever it comes up, right? Imagine the rest of your life. Like I can see my father thinks so any time that I get stuck, right? It comes up. So it's not like I can't give up being resentful. I don't have to give up being an alcoholic. But when my disease comes and wants me to blame someone, I can own that. Like, usually I got to go through some kind of a humbling again. But I mean, can you it's for your own good too, but it's like, can you give up the right to resent her?
Yeah.
Or anyone like her,
Yeah.
right?
I mean,
I think that's about as good as we can possibly do. If we couldn't resent, then giving it up wouldn't matter. But if we can get it, I'm resentful, they're resentful. If it's a human being, it's resentful. And that's why it makes a difference when I give it up. And, we'll talk about it, whatever, as we need to as life goes along, but it does matter. We can learn to undo. We don't even need their agreement. You don't need her permission or agreement, You can give up the right to resent, and your relationships will begin transforming. And if we get it, oh my God, if we begin to see we're projecting all over each other. Hugely, I mean, amplified ad nauseum, and but I mean, this is really great in a way, right? It just looked like, what's going on here? Each of us is engaged in certain structures of resentment, and we're saying, you know what? I can own that I'm resentful. So it isn't about they should stop doing that thing to me. But my experience is, I think when I deeply enough gave up the right to resent him, my father-in-law, it's as if, to me, it's like he lost the ability to hate me. It just disappeared. It was gone. And it was like, wow, that's it. Because, you know why? Because we're not really alone at all. There's only one of us here. It's the same one. We're the same, right? That's why everyone's going through the same stuff all the time. But we hide out in different places and we think that it's not all the same. But everyone's going through what you're going through. You're not alone. That's a lie. It's a deceitful way of being, right? But that's what Shiva did. Shiva individuated, see, and he stopped being Shiva and started being Jerry or Harry or Bill or somebody, right? But so he turned into, Rhodey over there and Jim over here and, Joe over there, and it's like, and we've forgotten that we're all the same one. We are at one. Take a little imagination maybe, but we are one. So me and Irving and me and my father and, you know, me and my wife, and that's what I learned with her. It's like, that's me. And I don't know if this is worth anything, but for me it was like, that's me as not me. As me is me, and as me is not me. And without not me, I wouldn't know me if I didn't have some defining thing. So that's me. I'm gonna love someone. Well, that's the one. And as I learned to love her, it was like, oh, I could love anyone. You know, I could love anyone. I'm not afraid of loving someone. I don't care if they're nice or not nice. I'm gonna wait and see if they're okay.
But isn't there also a distinction between like projecting this on somebody versus maybe attracting somebody or being with somebody who isn't right for you because it's harmful in some way, but not because of your projection?
But wait, if somebody's drawn to you, there's something there that's pulling them to you. It doesn't mean you gotta like, you know, make a suicide pact with somebody who's gonna abuse you.
Right.
Right, at all. That doesn't mean, I mean, like I said, I didn't go on that vacation, right? I just stepped away, right? That wasn't all that extreme, but for me, that took all the courage I had at the time, and it got the job done, right? So it's not your job to let people abuse you, right? So I say, the secret of life is don't resent and do set boundaries. Don't resent and do set boundaries, right? But if you can get that, then you don't need to be afraid to love anyone because you're not gonna like, you didn't make a suicide pact. You don't have to let them abuse you, right? I mean, is there someone you're concerned with being abused by or, you know, being stuck with?
No, I guess I'm thinking, well, I guess it helps with bound. I guess it has to do with, I guess if well, my issues with my mother-in-law.
Okay, all right, now I'm just talking about my father. There's got to be activating, right? So
Yeah.
you resent your mother-in-law.
Yeah, and when I did my 9th step, I figured out, or 5th step rather, when I did my 5th step, I figured out my part in it is that I'm expecting her to be different. I did that years ago, and I'm still having a hard time letting go of that. And I can see now my resentment towards my father is coming alive with my mother-in-law. So it's like all
That's
coming
good.
together.
Right.
But at the same time, I guess it still hurts when she doesn't show up for me in the way
Because she doesn't hurt you.
that I want.
Remember, resentment is the explanation that they're causing you pain.
Right.
So if you didn't do that, right, say, no, she is not the cause of your pain. You're having her do that so that you can indulge, probably in self-pity. So that's, you know, we can talk about that. This is a good 12-step thing, right?
Yeah.
I can have a pity part. If I could tell you about my father took my money, my father-in-law, I didn't have a chance because I wasn't Jewish, is that my fault? And everybody helped me hate him.
Right.
But that didn't free me.
Right.
But what did free me was giving up the right to resent him at all, right? And then I had to look, since I'm not going to hate him and I'm not going to blame him, but I need to set my boundaries. And I'll bet you with your mother-in-law, who was she for you? That's your father or your mother?
My father.
Okay, right? So if you say, wow, I selected her because she can wear my projection without noticing it, right? And, you know, so if you could say, okay, that's my projection. I need to eat my projection. I need to swallow it back. I need to pull it off her, right? And I need to own it. That's my projection. Okay. Right? And almost like until you are free to be with her and actually grant her beingness, right? So you don't get to hate her, you don't get to resent her, you don't get to make her wrong, you don't get to gather evidence, right? but you also don't have to stand there and let her dump garbage on you. Right? Sometimes step aside, right? She's sick, right? She's got her disease. You have no monopoly on disease. She's got her disease, my father-in-law got his, my father had his, right? But it's like, you know, when my older son, I remember when he had his first drink. Now, I was sober before he was conceived, right? And so he's like, 9 years old or so, and we're at a Passover celebration, a Seder. And so he got a glass of Manischewitz. That was his first glass of wine. And he drinks this glass of wine, and he says, he's glowing. And he says, you know, when I grow up, I'm going to get an apartment over a bar. So I don't have to worry about driving drunk. Where the hell did that come from? So we're, you know, it's like, we're just stuck. That was your husband. You know, that's like, we're all in this. But our compassion and our declining to blame them. See, you know, I'm blaming them. When I blamed my father-in-law, I just fed him power to hurt me. Right? But when I gave up the right to resent him, he lost his ability to hate me. It's just, it's like the front and the back of the hand. You see, you have power. Now, it's not an easy thing, right?
Yeah.
But imagine, you're not going to be free to love until you can love her. I mean, I wasn't free to love until I could love her and her father and my father, right? Which is all the same, all the same, all at one, all at one. And that one is the root meaning of pain. So until we can be together in the pain, we can't be together. But if we can be together and really give up the right to resent, which is to blame them for our pain. I'm in pain and they're doing what they're doing. I'm in pain and they're doing what they're doing. Even if he's blowing up and spewing garbage, he's not the cause of my pain. Wow. Then I can be responsible. And I can just say, it really, you know, I mean, that's what we learn, right? Whenever we pray for those people that, you know, we got resentments towards, and the thing heals. So if we got to get radical about healing, we got power that we didn't even know. So you got some work to do with your mother-in-law.
Yeah.
And I mean, to really take it on, you know. I mean, I'd be thrilled. I mean, this is important stuff. This is really important. It's not like little stuff. If, I swear to God, I always think like if Bill Wilson hadn't gone through all he went through in order to get to where he could meet Dr. Bob, right, and realize he wasn't there to help Dr. Bob, he was there to get help, and he did it, and the magic started, and now you see people helping each other. And I'm just looking to kind of clarify and amplify this amazing healing process that we have called the 12 steps, or postmodern philosophy, you know. No, postmodern philosophy isn't doing as well as the 12 steps. Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else incomplete about what's happened so far? How are you and your mother doing?
Me?
No.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, she's away right now, so.
No, she's right here. Right? She's always with us.
It depends on the day, so like.
Right now. This is the only moment there is. That other day is something you're putting in time. This is the eternal moment. I mean, this is it. How are you and your mother doing?
Good.
Really? Right? She's not
We're
hurting
working, yeah, we're working on it. I'm working.
Okay. Could you imagine giving up the right to resent her? I know, you got real good reason. I know. You got real good reason. But, see, we've been working out all day, and I know you're close to exhausted. You guys have done an amazing chunk of work here today. This is amazing. We've gotten very, very, very deep today. This is stunning. So you're probably exhausted more than you realize, you're right, and so you're gonna go home, you're gonna go to sleep, but it'll all start, right? But I just want to be sure that you have the power to leave off resenting, and then you're gonna have to learn to set boundaries, right? See, we'd rather sit around and, I mean, I watch my evening news, and I like to join in when my team is making the other team wrong. And it's like, yeah, we're right. And then, oh, can you believe what he said? It's like, really? What if I got to sit down with one of those people? Could I even see them? Right? Given that I got all this much stuff, evidence. So I get to give up my evidence. And just be, and it does, it begins looking different. So we'll continue the conversation. Okay, is everybody kind of? Okay. Okay, so I'd like to just go around and give each of you a chance to say, what are you going to take home with you? Right? What are you going to take home with you? Right? And I want to say, you've done amazing work today. This is, for me, it's a breakthrough. It's so amazing having you here, Tara, and having you here, Soren. And I want you to know, I got it today about my being stubborn. Or I got at least like something I can look at. Right? I can see it. And I can imagine what it'd be like. You know? I'm excited about it, actually. But, my wife who comes to every one of these and grows in front of my eyes, each time. It's like amazing. Like we, break the spell and kind of get new. So, okay, you want to jump in and I just want to go around and say, what are you going to take home with you from today?
Let's see. I am messy, and it doesn't mean anything. And I'm gonna give up the right to resent the people I think made me messy.
I hear you. That all? Sally, that's great. More than enough. It's beautiful. And you know how those people are. You know who they are.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's good. Right? That's good.
I'm gonna take the eternal, understanding that I'm totally powerless over that, and that whatever I thought is also projected in the future if I get caught up into that. And I'll tie it with it's not the hiding, it's the non-earning in my case. So I'm also going to take that it's gentleness with myself at the end of the day. And that allows me to be gentle with everybody else.
And that's right about that, Bert. It's a hard thing to see. Like, you just surrender yourself. I would predict earning will arise. Like, I just want to say, to me, it's a special gift. I never did it right. I never went and worked hard. I never figured it out at all. But I did give up the right to resent and surrendered myself. And I when you don't know what's going on, just quickly surrender yourself so that you're not in charge. Okay? Mm-hmm. You satisfied with the day?
More than.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take away giving up my resentments and not feeling guilty, setting boundaries.
And you don't have to give up being resentful, right? It's because you are resentful that giving it up matters, right? That's beautiful. Sorry.
I'm gonna take away just sort of like the continued learning that I am not my mind. And just the more I can kind of see that. It seems to be more and more helpful that my mind goes through these processes on its own that I think to be how reality is, but it's not. And also how like I think a lot of the guilt that I feel is sort of my way of like intellectualizing some sort of suffering or pain. Like instead of putting it onto other people where I don't have control over it, I take it in and try to intellectualize these feelings and like explain them, figure them out and explain them to myself to try to like deaden a pain, and I sort of just suffer over it inside myself. So yeah, so I'm taking all that.
Awesome. That's great. Been a great day.
I take home the couple things. One, the opportunity for families to heal, as I witnessed you guys work your stuff out in front of us courageously. That I can exercise.
I think it's an amazing day. I want to
Yeah, I get that.
skip over it. Sword, it was an amazing moment doing that. You know, I always in every workshop, and anybody that knows it, what was Silent the Father, right? And everybody says, oh, I love that. That's so good. But, you know, you standing right in front of me and saying that, and we both stepped into the gap. I don't want to say that's like fucking awesome.
Yeah, I get that. For me, the idea of surrender I've related to it like a concept, not as a practice. And this depth of surrender, I think that my pain, as I spoke about at the beginning, is directly proportional to the level of surrender I have not surrendered. So the more pain I have, the less surrender. So I connected the pain to the absence of surrender. And of this whole construct that I have marvelously intellectually created, and I've always reached outside myself to find the remedy. Someone has to have the solution for me here. Someone out there. Like I have searched far, and all there is really is to identify the truth, which is I am resentful, I'm suffering, and I'm looking for someone to fix me or blame someone for it. I've known it, but I haven't known it the way I know it today. And to me, that is an enormous blessing and a gift that I want to keep feeding. Because otherwise, if I don't feed that gift, I will feed that. Mm-hmm. That is the probable future unless I practice depth of surrender to God, and experience grace, forgiveness, because I carry a lot of guilt. My guilt is so strong it keeps me from loving the person I'm with, because I didn't love other people the way I could have. You know what I mean? So this guilt thing is, because you said the opposite of resentment is guilt, and they feed into each other. I didn't see the block that I had to love because of these two ways of being. So that has helped me. That'll help me in my relationships, that I can love more deeply others. Which I know they'll be happy about it too.
Awesome, man. I love you, Albert.
I love you, Jim.
Knowing you a long time. A lot of work. Honey, you want to say something?
I think I'm just, really using the day to examine this big upset that I've created with my good friend. And, I think I have more to go with it. But it definitely is opening me up to, what was this about? What was this really about? So I'm in the process with it.
I guess I'm still trying to formulate what I can take away, but I definitely realize, now thinking about the resentments I'm having, that probably made me feel not in control when I was younger, or unsafe. And that probably led for me to need to know everything that's going on and be in control, because I didn't feel safe, which would be why I have a lot of anxiety. And of course, like, two things that I can think of that I fear the most of not being in control of is like getting older. Like, I can't stop that. Like, I can control tons of things, but I can't stop that. And so I just had a birthday and that I freaked out because it was like a big number, and then dying. So it's the fact that I can't control something, that's the biggest thing, right? Will just eat me alive. So I need to surrender because, like you said, there's duality. Like, with life, there is death. And I just have to accept that, so. That's
Great, I
that's
think
it.
here it's like, it's great, all the relationships, I mean, look at this whole family thing, but it's like just beautiful to know you, Tara, you're amazing, and I look forward to watching you grow and sharing all that. Richard?
It's been a very good day, you know, the one-on-one was good. I don't know, I feel like this whole room and besides yourself, Jim, like I feel like people are holding me right in their palm. You know, I realized, you know, the blocks, I'm trying to embrace my pain that I'm feeling now. I realize one of the biggest gifts, or one of the things that the disease takes away that they can get back is to love, being capable of loving people and receiving love is one of the biggest gifts. Because as time goes by, it goes quick, but I just feel great to be open for things and think out of the box, and I feel like a part of your family, because I know I am, and that's a gift. You know. Thank you.
It's beautiful, Rich, I just want to say, and thanks for sharing, you know, like you made a huge contribution here. I look forward to more and more and more.
Glad I came. Always good to see you. And yeah, to see my relationship with resentment. Yeah, because it's kind of like, it's another dirty word. It doesn't look good. And you know, especially if I'm thinking of myself as loving man of peace. So it was good to, yeah, at the same time I'm feeling guilty about, you know, the way I spoke with Indra as my father. But you know, so some sadness and guilt about that. But it was good to notice that, be wary of that, appreciate the bigger picture, get it, you know, in terms of who I am. A really great laugh with her. You know, that was worth the $80, just that one laugh. So, yeah, I'm good.
Beautiful, man.
Thank you, Jim. It was fantastic. I have to say, I feel like my heart is more opened. And also, I thought my resentments, you know, on my fifth step with my father, I thought I had that all, you know, was taken care of, you know, 15 years ago. And that little girl is still there, still hurting. I
Just say, you know, I did a trauma workshop with therapists a couple of weeks ago, right, with from the Karen Foundation.
Yeah, I was at that.
Okay, so like, I mean, it's just so odd. We are traumatized. If you're here, it doesn't matter that your father was an alcoholic or that he was whatever. If you're a human being, you're traumatized. And nobody's to blame. It's just what it's like to be infinite spirit and then, you know, hit the finitude, you know, boom, zap, splat, you know, we're hurting. But, you know, so what? What else you got to do?
And it's all okay.
And it's all okay.
And
That's
it's all
the great.
okay.
But it is okay, and it is true. We're hurting, and it's really okay.
It's all okay. And I feel like I want to work more on unconditional love. You know, so it was beautiful. So thank you.
It's great, beautiful.
I guess what I took away was to sort of embrace my vulnerabilities and that we all have them. Because I look at everybody's outsides and compare them to my insides and come up short. And also, it's a good reminder that my thinking is screwed up, right? Like, it's a beautiful sunny day, and so I'm like, oh, why the fuck do I have to be in here doing this shit? But yet, like, this is amazing because you all are amazing, and this is a miracle. Being in here and doing this is a miracle, and so much better than being out in the sunshine today. But that's not, my brain doesn't go there right away, So I have to challenge my brain, and I have to lean into it, and then lastly, I just have to turn it over to God, and I have to keep doing it, because I have a huge forgetter, and I forget to pray, and I forget to do my readings, and I, forget to meditate.
That built-in forgetter.
Yeah. So I have to, that is behavior that I can control, and I have to just do that. I have to continue to do that work.
Indra?
I think you've shed some light on how many faces to resentment there are. I think resentment has been hiding behind far more masks than I thought, like including guilt that never occurred to me. It was sort of involved in the process of resentment, or stemming from, or further down the road or something. And so I've known for a long time that my judgments are a form of resentment. They lead very quickly to resentment. But I think I have a broader sense now of how to more quickly locate the resentments when I have them, not let them fool me by another name, and then I can, vet them out. So that's been helpful.
It's great. Thank you for, loved having you here. And, I look forward to the product of your work. Right? Sid, you want to?
Well, as you know, many decades of dealing with resentment, every time I come and sit down with you, I find new facets that just fascinate me, and they give me an opportunity to self-flagellate.
I just want to say that I've known Sidney like I met him 20 years ago.
20 years ago.
Almost exactly. And the things we've shared, like, I could go on for a long time about, you and your wife and the beauty, the things we've been through, the things you've been through. And I just want to say you're a hero for me. I love you, and I often, I refer to people. I got to tell you about Sidney and Mary. It's an amazing story of human, toughness, right, and the willingness out of sometimes seemingly hopeless situations.
It's a Confederate war,
I'm telling you.
Civil War.
Okay, so finally, I just want to say, you guys, like, I've been doing this, and this is, for me, it's the harvest of my life in a way. And to get, just the love, like this, I just know. I know you love me and I love you. I mean, it's like I get to live in that. It's like it is like a harvest of years and years and years and years of being with people, and that's the one thing. I love everyone. I don't wait to see, I hope I like them. It's like, I love them, now let's see what happens, and it really, it makes you irresistible. See, when you don't put that stuff out and stop, and because we can feel every judgment and every thought and every nuance, and like, when we say, okay, I know it, and you become kind of irresistible. So I just want to say thank you, because I don't think this is like really, just like I said, it's like going into the belly button of our disease, the place where it all kind of comes together, and and everybody helped, like the things, the questions you asked, so I just want to say thank you so much for giving me the sense that I'm on the right track, and that I'm like, because I do love this work, and I love each and every single one of you, and I look to have deeper and richer and more amazing and inspiring relationships with each and every one of you. And I encourage you to go home and just celebrate. Don't even wait to see how it is, but just celebrate, because there's no other day here. Don't get stuck at the end of the day with any ungiven love, And that's it, okay?